Yeah, there he is.
He is here, Mr. President.
Hey, Leslie. I was in the waiting room.
Hi, Mike.
Good morning. I'm sure I missed the email that had a different entry for me, but here I am.
Okay, I'm going to get started if everybody's ready. Morning, everyone. My name is Bill Edgar. I'm the president of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, and on behalf of the board, I'd like to thank you for logging in this morning. As we normally do, today's meeting will be conducted remotely utilizing the WebEx platform. This teleconference meeting constitutes the regular public business meeting for the board for the month of September 2021. Again, thank you very much. We're very appreciative of your taking the time out of your busy schedules to be with us this morning. Since we're experienced in these virtual meetings, so to speak, and the protocols, we're not going to spend a lot of time going over them. However, our staff is happy to assist anyone who needs help. Please contact Brian Jones, our board clerk, or Leslie Gallagher, member of our staff, by text or email or by phone. If you need help, they'd be glad to assist you. Incidentally, there is a list of instructions on the second page of the agenda if you need assistance. Regarding the meeting process itself, we're going to proceed as we have in the past. Brian Jones is our board clerk. He will be moderating the proceedings from a technical point of view. He, as well as Leslie and Mike Wright and other members of the staff, will field questions and comments addressed to the presenters, either from texts or emails when they receive them, or through the chat function if you feel comfortable with using that. Second, following each presentation, I will ask for questions or comments from the board members, and then we will unmute the public speakers, and Leslie and the staff will try to identify those who have requested to speak. Once that's done, I will call on the speakers on a first come, first served basis. When the public testimony is complete, we'll bring the matter back to the board for action in the case of an action item, or we'll simply move on to the next item if the information is an informational or briefing item. Be aware that the meeting is being recorded and will be housed on our website, just just as our streaming videos have been for all our meetings. We'll probably be taking a few minutes breaks during the meeting, 15 minutes or so, and then 30 minutes for lunch. We anticipate the meeting will be lasting 1:30 or 2 o'clock today, with that break for lunch. Okay, regarding the items themselves, under item 3 on the agenda, Vice President Jane Dolan, acting as our board secretary this morning, will be presenting the minutes of July 23rd regular board business meeting. Next, we have our consent calendar as item number 5, and we have 7 items this morning on it. Pretty packed agenda for the consent calendar. Items 5A through 5G. Items 5A and 5B have letters from the Corps and thus are ready for your consideration. The other items, 5C through 5G, are not required to have letters from the Corps. However, they are also in order and ready for your consideration. Therefore, regarding the consent calendar, unless someone on the board or the public wants to remove and discuss one or more items, items 5A through 5G will constitute the consent calendar for this morning, and the consent calendar will be voted on and seconded with a single vote. Obviously, this is an action item of the board. Under item 7, Darren Suin has a short report on the status of the state bills to be signed this morning, as well as he can determine what's happening at the federal level regarding all the infrastructure legislation. I hope he can figure it out because I can't. Next, under item 8, we don't have any regular reports from the Corps this morning. Under item 9, general items from the Department of Water Resources, Tar Bernardi is substituting for Jeremy Erich under item 9A. And after reviewing some recent activities of the department, Todd will be introducing several representatives from the department who will be making presentations on subjects of interest to the board, such as the upcoming flood planning for the winter and required notification procedure for property owners who live in the floodplain and so on. Under item 9B, Chris Jernell will present the latest update to the 2021 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, and he will be followed by Mary Jimenez. Then under the category of board items, item 10, we have 4 items listed on the agenda, and we'll take some time to get through them. Regarding item 10A, approval of permit number 19523, and this is a permit to DWR for Fish Passage, the so-called Big Notch project in the Yolo bypass. We do have a protest letter, which we'll have to deal with, and we'll deal with that at the same time as we're dealing with the item. And finally, we have our usual executive officers reports and look ahead for September, including informational staff reports if the board has any questions. We also have the normal board comments, committee updates, and calendar for the board's edification. As I said before, we don't have any closed session, but it should be an interesting meeting as we proceed forward. Now, as you're probably aware, the welcome and introduction items are item number 1 on our agenda this morning, and there are 3 items that we cover under that item. First is the opening and welcoming comments, which I've just done. And then next under item 1, there are introductions and notifications, and Leslie has informed me that there are 2 employees she wants to introduce, so I'll this time turn the meeting over to Leslie.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone. I do have 2 new employees to announce, and following my introductions, we will have one additional announcement. I'll be turning it over to Greg Harvey of our pig branch. One of our new employees probably needs no introduction. Most of you have worked with her at various times throughout your tenure here. Wendy Wang has joined the board. She is a senior engineer. She's on the screen here with her camera on, so make sure you say hello when you see her. She is going to be joining us in the what is currently called the flood planning branch, our newest branch focused on the Yolo bypass. Wendy graduated from UC Davis in 2012. She's been working for the department in various capacities ever since, most recently a matrix under Mary Jimenez. So she's got a great wealth of experience, and we're really looking forward to having her help in that branch. One fun fact about Wendy is she plays the grand piano. So looking forward to hearing that someday as well. Our other new employee also has her camera turned on. She is on the screen now, Kristen Van Skyke. She's a program manager also in our planning branch, and she will be focused on the Yolo Bypass Cash Slew program, doing outreach and a lot of the engagement that we're going to need to be doing in that area. She has been focused on bond funding grant programs most recently, but she's held a lot of different positions, both public and private. And a fun fact about Kristen is she is apparently a writer and going to be publishing her first book soon. So we'll be looking for that, I guess, at Barnes & Noble. So welcome to both Wendy and Kristen. We're getting that branch all staffed up, so we'll be seeing some great things from them in the near future as well. And at this time, I would just turn it over to Greg Harvey for one additional announcement.
Greg, you're on mute.
Am I unmuted now?
Yeah, you're okay, Greg.
Thank you, Ms. Gallagher. Good morning, President Edgar, members of the board, Vice President Dolan. I just wanted to acknowledge Mr. Ollie for last day retiring from, and reluctant for me to say
Greg,
because
we're
he has
losing you,
been
Greg. I can
instrumental.
only hear every other word. Maybe turn off your camera.
All right, let me start again. Is that any better?
Yeah,
So let me start again. Mr. Ali Porbaha, my staff, today is his last day at the board, and he is retiring from state service. And I just wanted to acknowledge his efforts over the last decade. I've worked with Ali since 2017, and he's been at the board for about 11 years. And he has he's going to take with him a lot of institutional knowledge. And I just wanted to congratulate him on his next endeavors, and just let you, President Edgar, and also the other members of the board that he is retiring from state service, and just to wish him good luck and well wishes. So thank you.
thanks, Greg. We certainly wish Ollie a good retirement. Thank you.
And those are all of our announcements, Mr. President.
Okay, members, we're on item 2, the roll call. Ryan, please call the roll to determine the quorum, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Board Member Grego. Board Member Johnson.
I'm here. Good morning, everybody.
Board Member Ramirez.
Here. Good morning.
Board Member Valines.
Here.
Board Member Countryman.
Present. Good morning.
Vice President Dolan.
Good morning. I'm here without video today, so you can hear me.
President Edgar.
I'm here. Thank you, Ryan. We have a full board today to conduct our business. Ms. Grego will be a little late. She'll be coming in 9:30 or 10 o'clock this morning. Okay, we're on item 3 at this point. Under item 3, Ms. Dolan, acting as our secretary, will be handling the minutes of our meeting of July 23rd, and approval will be an action item of the board. Ms. Dolan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does not appear that my square is now lit, so good morning. You all received these minutes later than the first arrival of your packet, and I apologize. They came on Monday, 9/20 at 4:20 p.m. in your email box. So I've reviewed these, so has staff. I believe that they are ready to be approved. I'm looking at those of you who are on the video to see if you want to say anything. I scoured them for typos. I think they're okay.
Thank you, Jane.
All right, then I will, if you allow me, I will move approval of the minutes of July 23rd, 2021.
Thank you. The minutes of July 23rd have been moved for approval by Ms. Dolan. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Joe. Moved by Dolan, seconded by Countryman. Ryan, call the roll, please.
Board Member Grego is absent. Board Member Johnson.
Aye.
Board Member Ramirez.
Aye.
Board Member Valines.
Aye.
Board Member Countryman.
Yes.
Vice President Dolan.
Yes.
President Edgar.
Yes. Thank you, members. Unanimous approval. Under item 4, members, we're on item 4, review of the agenda. Leslie, do you have any comments on the agenda, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. The agenda is in order with the exception of a slight correction to items 5E and F. Thank you to Board Member Johnson for pointing out that each of those resolutions referenced a public hearing in August. Those were actually public informational briefings in August, so the resolution will be changed to reflect that minor alteration. Otherwise, I believe the agenda is in order.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board on items 5A through G, 5G? Any questions from the public on these items? Do you see any questions, Leslie or Ryan?
I have nothing here.
Nothing
Okay.
on my end.
Okay. May I have a motion and a second on items 5A through 5G?
This is Jane.
Mm-hmm.
I would move
Yeah.
approval of the consent agenda.
Thank you, Jane. Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you, Brian. Ryan, please call the roll.
Board Member Grego is absent. Board Member Johnson.
Aye.
Board Member Ramirez.
Aye.
Board Member Valines. Board Member Countryman.
Yes.
Vice President Dolan.
Yes.
President Edgar.
Yes. Mike, are you a yes on that?
Yes, I'm always
Thank-
worried about
thank
my either mute or camera because I'm going to go off, but I'm a yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that all eyes on that. Mary Jane is absent for that vote on the consent calendar. So we're on item 6 at this point. Members, we're on item 6, public comments not on the agenda. Is there anyone in the public that wishes to comment to the board on items not on the agenda? Do we have any slips, Ryan, or questions? Requests?
We had a request from Megan Nagy.
Okay. Megan, do you want to say something to the board, please?
Sure. Good morning, President Edgar, members of the board. I'm Megan Nagy, Deputy Manager for the Sacramento River Westside Levee District. I just wanted to take a moment to thank your board staff, DWR, and the Corps. We are within 1 month of completing all of the repairs that were approved under PLED 499 from the 2017 flood event. As you recall, we had a little bit of a rocky start, but we've worked really hard over the last couple of years. And we're just about to finish up the 2 major projects. We've got a 2,300 long seepage berm at our one of our worst sites, and a setback levee just about to finish construction at another site. And I remember board member Countryman in 2018 when we did the tour say, if we can't do a setback levee here, we can't do it anywhere. And we did it. So I'm excited to have the project done and look forward to continuing to work with you guys to advance our SWIF so we can remain eligible for PLED 499 for repairs like this in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Megan. We don't get many of those kinds of comments, so I appreciate it. Thank you. Anyone else want to address the board on matters not on the agenda?
Bill, I see a hand up for a call in the participants. It's a phone number.
Yeah, it looks like call in user 5.
Perhaps that's me, Ben Carter from Colusa.
Oh, hi, Ben.
Hi, Ben.
Good morning, President Edgar, Vice President Dolan, and members of the board. It has been a while for me, but it's good to hear you all are well. I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to shine some light on an area of particular concern to rural Central Valley and ask for your help and support. As some of you know, I'm a member of the Central Valley Flood Control Association, and yes, as some of you can attest, when flood gets in your blood, it won't let you go. Last week, Mary Jimenez from DWR and her staff made a presentation to the association regarding the 2022 update to the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. And I was very encouraged to hear that that there will be more emphasis on implementation in the future. For we've been doing much planning in the last 14 years since we began the development of the 2012 plan. Implementation is especially important in the rural areas of the Central Valley because we really don't have the resources or the bandwidth for constant planning. And I must say, much has been accomplished in the almost 10 years since the first plan was developed. Many local LMAs have been hard at work improving the flood control facilities where the regional flood management process has identified where we are most vulnerable. Megan just spoke. The Sacramento River Westside Levee District has been able to capture over $25 million of state and federal funds to complement the local shares, and they have accomplished much. However, there are significant portions of the flood control system that are not maintained by LMAs. They are maintained by state maintenance areas on your behalf. And for the most part, they do a good job for you. But it turns out that the maintenance areas do not have a mechanism, a process, or resources to engage in planning, design, or implementation of important multi-year system improvements that have been identified in the regional plans. And this leaves communities such as Princeton and Colusa without an agency or an advocate to conduct system improvements necessary to address risk reduction, climate change resiliency, and other flood challenges we have. We, the association, the folks in the rural area, rural Central Valley, ask that you please require DWR and the state maintenance areas to adopt a multi-year capital improvement plan to do and complete the required planning, design, and implementation of system improvements that have been identified by the regional flood management plans and through the small community flood risk reduction feasibility work. There's much that can be done. Those MAs just need to be empowered and need to be resourced to do those things. So again, thank you very much for your support and your consideration, and good health to you all.
Thank you, Ben. That's an interesting proposal. I actually hadn't heard that one before, so that's certainly something that we'll see if we can get somehow in the plan. Thank you. Anybody else?
Mr. President, this is Jane.
Yes, Jane.
I wait for my little blue box to light up. Mr. Garter, thank you. I think it's been on all of our minds each time we look at the maintenance area budgets annually, sort of struggling with what's the future, what's the plan. So be happy to work with you to bring forward a proposal.
Thank you very much, Vice President Dolan. We are here to help, and any way we can help the board and the maintenance areas do their job. We are here. We really look forward to some implementation up here.
Thank you, Ben. Okay, anybody else? Leslie or Ryan, do you see anybody?
No one else on my end.
Nothing here.
Okay, let's proceed to item 7, and this is Darren Suin's legislative report. Darren will give a short little report on the legislature. Darren?
Thank you. Good morning, President Edgar, Vice President Dolan, members of the board. Darren Suin with board staff. Yes, just wanted to give a quick update on what's happening with the state legislature and federal news, the latest that we have anyway at this point. Next slide, please, Ryan. So thank you, Ryan. So as you know, here in our legislature, we're in recess until January 3rd of next year. Good news is SB 369 related to the Yolo Bypass Cash Loop Partnership was on the governor's desk at the time I submitted these slides, but yesterday afternoon or in the evening, the governor signed SB 369 among other bills. So that's great news for this effort, solidifying that partnership. But I also want to bring your attention to AB 361. Assemblymember Rivas, that was also signed and chaptered that suspends as you recall, the governor's executive order N29-20 suspended the requirements for the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act for teleconferencing during the COVID-19 pandemic, provided that notice and accessibility requirements were met. But this bill will extend that until January 31st of 2022 of next year. So I just want to bring that to folks' attention. Next slide, please, Ryan. I do actually, I apologize. I'm going to note real quick with the budget. You may have heard also that the governor also signed into legislation the largest climate investment in the history of the state, over $15 billion. And the California Natural Resources Agency is conducting stakeholder outreach meetings on the details of that budget as well, starting yesterday. And I believe there's another information session next week. Federally, there's just a lot of things happening right now. I'm sure some of you have seen the news. As far as the congressional appropriations bills, the 12 appropriation bills that govern the federal budget, none of them have been passed. The expectation is a continuing resolution will be needed. Highlighted here that the House has passed a version until December 3rd, and also suspending the debt ceiling limit until December 16th of next year. And it gives a small extension to the NFIP, which we're all anxiously watching as well, also till December 3rd. However, the expectation is the Congress will not have agreement on this CR. So we're still waiting to see how that goes. These appropriation bills are important to us because the funding that would govern the work for the Army Corps of Engineers that affects us had things in there that were really important to our region. Lower Cache Creek, Natomas, San Joaquin, the Lower San Joaquin levee project, and then West Sacramento levee project. So we're anxiously watching those. Some of this is earmarks as well that are only in these appropriation bills, and they're not in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act or the budget reconciliation. So we're hopeful that something will get done here, and hope we'll avoid a government shutdown. As far as this bipartisan infrastructure bill, 1.2 trillion, and the budget reconciliation, I've got question marks here because the commitment was a vote on September 27th, Monday, on these things. However, you probably have seen on the news, there's a lot of debate between the moderates and the progressive Democrat parties. So we'll see what happens. Everything's up for discussion right now, from the dollar amount of the budget reconciliation to whether the Congress will support the infrastructure bill. But we're to 2022. I want to bring your attention to that. They are talking about that. The desire is to pass the next WRDA before the midterm elections next year. So the process of that is beginning now, as well as the FY23 budget. It's amazing that we haven't solidified the FY22 budget yet, but that doesn't stop the staff and the federal government from continuing to work, and they're already looking ahead on FY23 president's budget and those recommendations. So we'll keep an eye on that, because right now is a good time for us at the state level. We'll have conversations with DWR and other stakeholders about how and when we need to start getting involved in having conversations with the Army Corps, as well as our congressional delegation. And that's it. Thank you. So, next slide, please, Ryan.
Okay, do we have any questions of Ryan on the budget or on the legislative report?
Pretty sure you meant Darren. I don't think Ryan wants to answer those.
I don't
think Ryan.
Yeah.
Lines, I wasn't going to correct.
Thanks, Darren.
All the questions can go to Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan can handle them all. Darren, thanks for the update. As usual, it's helpful to see the landscape, what's going on around the country, you know, and here too, and how we fit into that. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. And I'll be jumping onto a call with Carpy Clay, as always, very informative, and we'll at 11. So hopefully I'll have more news then.
Okay, thanks, Darren.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move to item 8, which is the core reports. We have none this morning. Then under item 9, Department of Water Resources. Under 9A, we have Todd Bernardi, who is subbing for Jeremy Erich this morning. Todd, we're ready for your presentation, please.
Great. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. Good morning, President Edgar, members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. My name is Todd Bernardi. I manage the Flood Projects branch for the Department of Water Resources, and yeah, I'm filling in for Jeremy today. So there are 3 efforts I'd like to highlight under item 9A this morning. The first is a reflection on some of the success factors that contributed to the achievement of the latest milestone of the Sacramento River bypass improvements. And next, I'm going to invite up Lance Oblang to provide an update on the Flood Operations Center flood preparedness activities. The flood emergency response and preparedness is a critical component to the flood risk reduction priorities as outlined in the CVFPB, and is one of the most important activities we can undertake when managing the residual risk throughout California. Being prepared to respond to emergencies requires building relationships with local, state, and federal emergency responders, developing information systems, stockpiling materials, training, and establishing good communication systems. The Division of Flood Management remains at a year-round readiness through several activities, which Lance will speak about when he comes up. And the third item is from our floodplain management branch. Levi War will provide an update on the 2021 flood risk notification program. As you know, it's easy for the public to lose track of their flood risk, especially when there's decades between flood events, and also especially it's easy to forget about floods during a drought, but it happens. There's floods that happen all the time after droughts. This program helps keep the public and land use decision makers aware of their true flood risk. And in addition to Levi, Kelly Soule and Mike Mirzwa will also be on hand during this presentation to answer any specific questions about the program. And as you mentioned to President Edgar, we look forward to item 9B and hearing from Chris Trinnell and Mary Jimenez on the CVFPB 2022 update in item 9B. So with that, I'd like to move on to the Sacramento Weir. Thanks for pulling up the presentation, Ryan. The certification of the supplemental EIR-EIS for the Sacramento Rear Widening Project at last month's board meeting marked a major milestone for flood risk reduction in the greater Sacramento area. I wanted to take this opportunity to reflect on some of the successes related to expanding and re-envisioning the Sacramento Weir and bypass. The board members have been provided many presentations on this project during board meetings, board workshops, and coordinating committees. As a reminder, the Sacramento Weir and bypass are part of the American River Common Features 2016 project being implemented by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. I'd like to take an opportunity here to walk you through a little bit of the graphic that I've supplied here. This is a conceptual rendering of what the expanded part of the Weir looks like. And to orient you, at the top of the screen for the picture is the YOLO bypass. So you're looking effectively from the Sacramento, which is at the bottom of the screen, towards the YOLO bypass. The green area on the left is the existing bypass right now, and the blue area that you see is the expanded portion of it. The brown line you sort of see in the middle is the fish passage channel, and it's very difficult to see here, but it's kind of a turquoise color denotes where the new weir is going to be at and where the road is being relocated. So with that, just a little bit some specifics on this as a reminder. This is a 1,500-foot expansion of the weir and bypass.
Uh-oh, looks like,
We lost Todd.
yeah, looks like he's got his little triangle of stop. Is there anyone who can pick that up? Great. It's a great conceptual rendering.
Well, why don't we proceed to, Todd said that he was going to introduce another member from DWR. Why don't we go to that person at this point?
That would be Levy Marr.
Yeah, Levy Marr.
Mr. President, before we do, could I just note for the record that Mary Jane Griego has also joined the board at this point, and so we do have a full board now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good morning, MJ.
Do we have?
Hi, this is Todd. Can you hear me?
We can now, Todd.
Yeah.
Okay, I apologize. My computer just gave me the blue screen of death. So, could I ask that that while I get my computer try to resituated, can we have Lance provide his update?
Yes, that's what we were asking to do right now. Lance, are you ready?
Hi, President Edgar. I'm ready. If you can roll those slides up.
Yeah, I'm just pulling up the PowerPoint now. One moment, please.
Thank you.
Lance Adline.
All right, looks good. Okay, good morning, President Edgar and members of the board. My name is Lance Ablang, and I'm the manager of the Flood Operations Center unit within the Division of Flood Management at DWR. And today I'll be providing you with an overview of the work the Flood Operations section does each year at this time ahead of flood season. Next slide. So the Flood Operations section staff works year-round to ensure that DWR, as well as local, state, and federal partners, are prepared to respond to a flood emergency. The items I will be covering today include pre-season flood coordination meetings, which are typically held in September and October. The flood emergency response rosters, which identifies key staff to assist in a flood response in the event of an activation. Flood fight materials available for use up and down the state. Tools we use to monitor current conditions and evaluate flood potential. A flood emergency response grant program that provides funding to enable local agencies to improve their flood fighting capacity, and stress the importance of maintaining partnerships with local, state, and federal agencies. Next slide. So DWR is the lead state agency for flood response, similar to how CAL FIRE is the lead state agency for responding to wildland fires. The State and Federal Flood Operations Center coordinates that response for the department. Responsibility is statewide, not just in the Central Valley, and we respond to all types of flooding. We have 2 locations. The main Flood Operations Center is in Sacramento, and we have a satellite office in Eureka on the North Coast. And both centers are co-located with the National Weather Service, which is the only partnership like this in the country. And then being co-located is really essential to meeting our shared life safety mission, And the types of events that the Flood Operations Center responds to include high water and flooding, forecast large and intense storms, earthquakes and tsunamis. And tsunamis are particularly susceptible on the North Coast. And then dam incidents. And with dam incidents, it's not the dam itself that we're really concerned about. It's actually the downstream impacts if there is a failure. Next slide. So the Flood Operations Center emergency response rosters are primarily made up of DFM staff, but we also have staff from across DWR to assist. We have approximately 180 staff on 3 teams, as well as 6 incident command teams to assist in the field. And this allows for flexibility and sustainability, especially during longer activations. And we maintain readiness by participating in meetings, trainings, and exercises. And just for comparison, an activation in 2017 was, we were activated twice for a total duration of 151 days, including 250 DWR staff. And then in 2019, we were activated for just 4 days, and that took 40 staff to respond. So the FOC is prepared for the worst case scenario, and our intent is to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Next slide. So the Pandemic Flood Emergency Response Plan was created in April of 2020, shortly after staff transitioned to teleworking. And the purpose of the FOC Pandemic Flood Emergency Response Plan was to provide a guide for activating the Flood Operations Center and deploying field responders in the event of a flood emergency during a pandemic event. So the plan looks at basic activation procedures and assumptions, health and safety aspects, resources and challenges for the FOC. And then we include contingencies for absenteeism. We also did a tabletop exercise in May of 2020, as well as a functional exercise in November 2020. And this year we focused on responding during a pandemic and exercising our remote capabilities. Next slide. So DWR supports local emergency response efforts by maintaining a large cache of flood fight materials throughout the state. And our flood fight materials are stored in warehouses and preloaded containers in nearly 40 locations, as seen on the graphic on the left. Facilities include DWR storage warehouses, DWR maintenance yards, California Conservation Corps facilities, and various secured county-owned locations. And having these materials pre-positioned in critical locations speeds up a response time during a flood. And this year we are coordinating with areas impacted by wildfires to pre-position materials near burn scar areas. The Flood Operations Center also provides flood fighting methods training free of charge to partner agencies, including CCC, CAL FIRE, levee maintaining agencies, and we show them how to properly use flood fight materials and mitigate flood threats. Next slide. So the Flood Operations section also conducts pre-season flood coordination meetings annually across the state in the fall in coordination with our County Office of Emergency Services. And typically we host 11 to 12 meetings ranging from Humboldt County in the north all the way to Riverside and Ventura County in the south. And this, the benefits of these meetings allow us to coordinate and communicate before the emergency, know who the responsible parties are in advance, and put a name to a face. Unique this year, all meetings will be held virtually. And another topic we are covering include burn scar and debris flows. And our goal is to engage the participants, encourage information sharing and preparation. Next slide. Next, I'll talk about our flood emergency response grants. And since 2011, we have provided about $45 million to local agencies across the state through our flood emergency response grants. On the second bullet for Delta grants, you'll see we have an additional round of $5 million available, which should come online shortly. This money has been used to create and update flood safety plans, install and upgrade gauging stations to increase situational awareness, and conduct training and exercises, and for local agents to purchase their own flood fight materials. The funding allows local agencies to be more prepared and have a better capacity to respond during a flood emergency. Next slide. So key resources that the Flood Operations Center uses and promotes include our weather briefings conducted in partnership with the National Weather Service and the California Nevada River Forecast Center. And these are hosted weekly during flood season. These briefings are available for partners to view online and provide operational information for decision support. So really what we go over is the expected rainfall and the resulting impacts during those weather and hydrology briefings. The next graphic on the upper right is the California Nevada River Forecast Center. And these provide the official river forecast points on main stem rivers in the state. Next, on the bottom right, you'll see the California Data Exchange Center. And that includes current and historical information on rivers, precipitation, reservoirs, snow data, and more. And then the bottom left is the Flood Emergency Response Information Exchange, or FERIX, levee vulnerabilities page. And this page is a web-based GIS database that shows known levee vulnerabilities in the Central Valley. Next slide. And probably our most important tool that we have is our relationship with our partner agencies, and building an understanding and common operating picture with all levels of responsible agencies saves time during an emergency, and it enables everyone to focus on the goal of protecting life, property, and the environment. And we coordinate with local LMAs all the way up to the federal level, including the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and FEMA. Next slide. And that is all I have for you today. Here's our contact information for the Flood Operations Center. And we have an email address as well, flood_center@water.ca.gov. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lance. Are there any questions from the board?
Chair?
Yes, Mary Jane?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, Lance. With so many fires this year, it sounded like maybe you were going to do some advanced work as it relates to the scars and the debris flow. How do you prepare for that?
What are you going to do?
Hi, Mary Jane. That's a great question. We are actually engaging our partners in the debris flow and burn scar topic right now, and we're trying to get them prepared. We offer assistance in the form of flood fight specialists, which can go out to their site. And we actually have sent a number of delegates from DWR to assist in those efforts with watershed protection and debris flow mitigation. So we're currently working with these affected counties and sending those members up ahead of California Conservation Corps crews so that they can demarcate areas for ideal placement.
Very good. Thank you.
Sure. We also offer those flood fight material resources that we can pre-position ahead of flood season if those counties need additional resources from us. So.
Thank you. I was reading in the report where some of your towers have been burnt. So it kind of gives you a disadvantage of being able to overlook some of the areas that might have problems. So I'm glad to hear that you're all out there working in advance of any type of weather.
Thank you, Mary Jean. Any other questions for Lance at this point? Thank you, Lance. At this point, I think we'll ask Levy Ware on the Plan of Flood Control flood risk notification update. As you recall, this is a requirement of the state of California legislation, and we're required to notify everybody if they're living in a floodplain. So, Levy, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, if we can get those slides pulled up.
Here you go.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Good morning, President Edgar and members of the board. Thank you for giving me a few minutes of your time today to allow me to share some details of our flood risk notification program. My name is Levi Ward, and I'm the acting unit manager within the floodplain management branch at California Department of Water Resources. Next slide, please. This is a brief overview of the flood risk notification presentation that I will be covering with you today. Next slide, please. To quickly highlight this program, it's a legally mandated annual program to increase property owners' awareness of their specific flood risk sources within the general Central Valley area. This program mails out about 280,000 flyers every year. Those are sorted into 3 batches. We have individual property owners, multi-property owners, and public agency owners. Most of our mailings that we send out are to single property owners, which is about 240,000 of the total amount that we're mailing out. Next slide, please. The state legislature adopted Section 9121 into the Water Code in 2007. It states that DWR must provide written notice to property owners within the levee flood protection zone of their specific flood risk by September 1st every year. It also mandates that notifications include specific information, being that the property is located behind a levee, that levees do reduce but do not eliminate flood risk. Recommend that owners obtain flood insurance and information on that, and a web address with more information. Next slide, please. Notifications are sent out to owners of properties that are found to be located in levee flood protection zone maps, or LFPZ maps. The LFPZ maps were developed as required by CWC section 9130 and are an estimate of the maximum area that may be flooded if an SPFC facility fails with flows at the maximum capacity that may be reasonably carried. Next slide, please. Our flyer for this year has a redesigned look. This is the 2021 flyer. As you can see on the left, there are some fill in the blank type area that will be filled in based on process data, and that includes the property address and its specific source or sources of flooding. On the other side of the flyer is some additional information on reducing flood risk, as well as a web address and a phone number and email address to get additional information if the residents do desire that. Next slide, please. Single property owners, they just get the flyer by itself. Multi-property owners and public agency owners get a blank copy of that flyer along with a letter that provides additional context about the flyer and also includes an attached table listing all of the properties that are owned and their associated flood risk for each individual property. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the flyer does include a call-in line. My team regularly checks that number, and we return calls to assist with any questions that citizens may have. We have both an English and a Spanish voicemail. We receive about 100 calls a year on the line, and most of them are pretty soon after the flyers are sent out. Most of the calls are either questions about flood insurance or requests for more information on that individual's specific flood risks. Next slide, please. There are several challenges to this program. Often the information about a property's flood risk does not get conveyed to the owner because a lot of owners just see the flyer and maybe toss it out thinking it might be junk without ever actually reading it, or it could be in a language that's not understandable. or sometimes our mailing data isn't up to date. Our data that we pull is pulled around April, and then our mailings don't occur until September. So sometimes within those few months there, properties get sold or exchanged, things happen like that, and it doesn't reach the correct person. Next slide, please. Despite those challenges, though, this program does meet the legal mandate, and it does inform owners of their specific flood risk source. It may also increase support for funding local and state flood management. The flyer can also provide CRS credit for communities under Element 330. Next slide, please. Element 330 is the outreach projects element of CRS. This map shows the communities which are in the LFPZ area, showed by the little hatched marks. The FRN is an annual notice, and we do include several of FEMA's priority topics, which include knowing your flood hazard, insuring your property, protecting people from the hazard, and building responsibly. Communities that do participate in the CRS program earn insurance premium reductions for their citizens that do carry flood insurance. Next slide, please. That's all. Thank you for your time for this opportunity to present to you today about my program. If anyone has any questions, we can take those now.
Lovey, thank you for that presentation. I live in the floodplain, obviously, but I get those notifications. And have you gotten, it seems to me that the notification itself could be simplified, because it looks like kind of an advertisement from, I don't know, Radio Shack. And I think it's just thrown away because it doesn't represent it. It doesn't look like it's worth reviewing somehow. And if you had questions about that, or am I just missing something here?
No, we've definitely internally addressed that before, and this year specifically, we took a pretty in-depth investigation into doing some major changes, and we looked at reducing a lot of the wording to try to shrink it down and get it more appealing to the eye when the owner receives it. But after going through the legal mandate, there was some things that we could take out, but it wasn't enough to really help. And then also we include us taking on the way of including the CRS wording to be able to give a lot of those communities credit in their CRS to keep their insurance premiums down. With those, we couldn't reduce much of the wording. This year, we also looked into changing the size and the layout of the thing, but I kind of became a postal cost expert this year and found out that the size that we're doing is a normal size because it's much cheaper. We looked into changing the size, and even going to a smaller one was like tripling the cost of our postage, which we just don't have the budget for this year.
Yeah,
so.
no, that would be a problem. Was there attention given to somehow making the document look more official, like it's coming from, it is official, it's coming from the state of California, and it's a notification, an important notification, but as I say, it looks like an advertisement that you would get from, Costco or something. And
we're trying to sell you something.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And did you think about that?
We have talked about that, about maybe more like a black and white official government type looking flyer. So we chose not to do that this year, but it's in the back of our minds, and I'll note that you kind of like that idea too, and hopefully in the future we can change it up and maybe get some more eyes to actually read the stuff that we're sending out.
Yeah, I think that's really important. I really I was one of the fans for this legislation that went through, but I'm not sure that the implementation is what I need, because I don't think anybody's reading it, and at least my neighbors aren't. So I don't know. They're just food for thought. I don't have any specific answers, but you know what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I will note those suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, Levi. Any other questions from the board?
Just a comment. So most people think that they get these notices when they live behind levees, but there's also foothill communities that are at risk for flooding as well. Are they sent to those types of addresses up in the foothills that are close to creeks or lack of drainage? Is that also?
These are only sent to people who are in the LFPZs behind specific different levees. So I would have to double check our addresses, but I don't think it's getting up to the foothills to like the creek flooding.
Yeah.
So I think it's just specific to those levees, which is coming out of that mandate of how it's worded of who we send to, because we're definitely not hitting everyone who's at flood risk. It's just those specific ones behind those specific types of levees.
Yeah, these are only sent to the people who are at risk and are in the zone for flooding, river flooding. It's not for internal drainage at all. If that's an issue, although, in the areas that we're talking about, even though you have internal drainage problems, you also have flood risk problems. So you'd get the notice. That's no question about that. But if you just have internal drainage problems, then I wouldn't think you'd get the notification. You'd probably wait for notification from the city or the county or the district on that.
Yeah, that's interesting because of the fact that, when they have big storm events, the water coming down those creeks and ditches, they expand, and a lot of those foothill communities are vulnerable to flood risk, as that water makes its way towards the river. So thank you. It's good to know.
I recently received, I live in Natomas, and I think maybe it was last week I received the letter. And some of the things were like incredulous. It said that we should stockpile sandbags. Well, if the levee fails in Natomas, stockpiling sandbags is going to be pretty much worthless. I don't know. I wasn't very impressed with it myself.
Yeah. Well, I think Levi would appreciate those comments, Joe, if they're on substance. I was just talking more or less about format and getting people to read it. But if you're talking about substance, then I'm sure Levi would want to know what specifically you're talking about.
And I mean, things with the sandbags like that is understandable for Natomas, but we're trying to make a general flyer that's gonna address everyone. But it would be nice if it could be more specific to places like Natomas. So I'll note that. Thank you for that.
Anybody else?
Bill, one quick question.
Yes, Tim.
Trying to use my little raise hand function. Not sure if you can see it though. My question is not about the notice itself, but the comment about the mapping being done with maximum flows. I just wanted to confirm if those are the conveyance capacity design numbers that you're using. What are the maximum flows?
You know what? I'm gonna have to look into that and get back to you on that, Tim, because I unfortunately don't follow that specific data. I'm just we have our person pull the data that's given to us, and then we just pull the addresses from there. So
Okay,
let me look
great.
into that a little bit, and I'll get back to you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Unless actually, I think Mike or Kelly is on one of them. Probably knows a better answer to that than myself. I don't know if they want to speak up.
This is Mike Mearswa with the Department of Water Resources. Tim, could you repeat your question? I didn't quite clearly get it.
During the presentation, the comment was made that the maps are based on maximum flows. And I was wondering what those maximum flows are. Are those the channel design capacities?
No, they're not the channel design capacities, but I don't know the frequency if we're using a 100-year or a 200-year flow. The Igwa's also responded in the chat there. The levee flood protection zone. Actually, Igwa jumped in and gave me the save on this. He said it's a full bank flow condition, which is similar to what we might think of as the maximum design capacities.
Great.
And then
Thank you.
if I may add, when we break the levees for the levee flood protection zones, it's a composite floodplain. So within one protected area, we actually take multiple scenarios to get the maximum spreading inland. So these levee flood protection zones are actually larger in general than what you would have with the FEMA 100-year floodplain.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike. And Igwa, thank you for bailing Mike out. Not too many people can bail Mike out, that's for sure. Okay, I see Todd back. Todd, I think we've completed your presentation. Is there anything else you want to add?
Yeah, I'd like to continue to kind of talk about some of the successes for the Sacramento Weir. So if Ryan could bring that back up, that would be really appreciated.
There you go.
I think I cut off when I was walking everybody through the, yeah, I think I was cut off when I was walking through the graphic. I just want to reiterate the YOLO bypass is at the top of this graphic. The Sacramento River is at the bottom. The green area to the left is the existing bypass right now for the Sacramento bypass, and the blue area signifies the expanded portion of it. The brown line going in between denotes the fish passage channel that goes out to the Tule Canal. And just to reiterate, the YOLO bypass and this expansion is a 1,500-foot expansion of the weir and bypass, and it reduces flood risk, changes the operational paradigm by incorporating a fixed passive weir, it eliminates a railroad overpass, it expands the frequency of the inundated floodplain habitat within the Sacramento bypass, and incorporates a fish passage facility. A little background here, the city of Sacramento completed the Sacramento Weir and bypass in 1916 to divert flood flows from the Sacramento River to the YOLO bypass. Operated and maintained by DWR, the Sacramento Weir and bypass have been protecting people and property at a regional scale for more than 100 years. It's actually humbling and exciting to be part of a team that's on the precipice of expanding and modernizing these keystone flood features to address climate change and ecosystem resiliency and adapt this infrastructure to protect people, property, and the environment for the next 100 years or more. It has taken a considerable effort at local, state, and federal levels to achieve this milestone, and it seems appropriate to recognize the value of modernizing the Sacramento Weir and bypass and its alignment to state priorities as outlined in the CVFPB. Widening of the Sacramento Weir lowers flood stages in the Sacramento River by more than a foot and reduces flood risk to the greater Sacramento and West Sacramento areas, which include over 500,000 people, over 100,000 structures, and $62 billion in assets. The fixed sill elevation and passive nature of the expanded weir reduces long-term O&M, and the expanded bypass adds vital habitat and additional recreational opportunities. The fish passage features in the expanded weir address species impacts that were not contemplated in the original weir by providing an avenue for salmon and green sturgeon drawn up the YOLO bypass to get upstream and reach their spawning grounds. Additionally, the project is modifying the stilling basin of the existing Sacramento Weir to reduce the potential for fish stranding in that facility. I really wanted to highlight 4 fundamental success factors that have allowed these elements to be implemented during this timeframe. And those I've listed here on the slide, which include alignment, funding, implementation priority, and partnerships. For alignment, getting the alignment and support to modify the weir and bypass didn't happen overnight. The expansion of the Sacramento Weir was being seriously considered as far back as the 1980s. Nearly 30 years later, the alignment between local, state, and federal agencies was solidified when the American River Common Features Project received its congressional authorization in the Water Resources Development Act of 2016. This alignment is the foundation that allowed the project to successfully execute partnership agreements, gain support, foster early implementation efforts, and secure the funding required to implement this project. So speaking of funding, let's talk about that. This project was not anticipated to be initiated roughly for 10 more years, but fortunately it received its full federal cost share, over $1 billion, in the unprecedented emergency supplemental funding included in the Bipartisan Budget Act of 2018. It's important to note that the federal funding came with a caveat that the project must be shovel ready and be completed by 2024. For perspective, that means completing one of the largest projects in the Central Valley at $1.8 billion in less than half the time as any other usage project in the Central Valley. With this in mind, and with the priorities outlined in the CVFPB and the core funding that was already been committed, the legislature recognized the value of implementing this type of priority project. And by fiscal year 21-22, DWR was able to secure the full state cost share for construction of the whole ARCF 2016 project, which amounts to about $570 million. So if we move on to implementation priority, the state and local agencies made implementation a priority. DWR has several programs that consistently seek to implement good projects and leverage opportunities at local, state, and federal levels. DWR launched 2 programs, the Urban Flood Risk Reduction Program and the System-Wide Flood Risk Reduction Program, that directly influenced the success of the Sacramento-Warren bypass. Both implemented projects ahead of the core and made it possible to complete ARCF 16 within the short constraints associated with the Bipartisan Budget Act funding. The DWR-led Lower Elkhorn Basin Levee Setback Project was initiated in 2015 and successfully acquired the property required for the bypass levees and helped accelerate the ARCF project by at least 3 years. In addition, the Levels team completed 2 long lead utility relocations, which included a fiber optic line and a high-pressure jet fuel line, as well as the relocation of a county road. Additionally, with 100% state funding, DWR partnered with SAFCA and the reclamation districts to relocate the Old Bright landfill, augment internal drainage, and consolidate 3 pump stations into 1 new facility. I want to recognize some of the other team members here, which include SAFCA. In order to meet the BBA 2018 funding constraints, SAFCA jump-started the engineering and design phase through the use of consultants and subject matter experts ahead of the core. SAFCA also accomplished the monumental task of acquiring the Sierra Northern Railroad property, and to say this challenge is enormous is a huge understatement. I also wanted to remind the board that the Sacramento-Warren bypass are part of the locally preferred plan, and the costs are 100% the responsibility of the non-federal sponsors. The board, DWR, and SAFCA recognize the importance of implementing regional solutions that added resiliency to the system, and work closely with the Corps to add these features to the authorized ARCF 2016 project. Which brings me to partnerships. The board, the Corps, SAFCA, and DWR have been working together to prioritize this project. The team has been working with non-governmental organizations, regulatory agencies, LMAs, cities, counties, other flood control agencies, and landowners to address concerns, ensure safe operation, consider long-term operations maintenance, and address past and future ecosystem concerns. For this latest milestone, the environmental team had a significant challenge. By changing the paradigm of an operable weir to a passive weir and introducing fish passage, the Sequent NEPA team had to consider a significant number of potential impacts, community concerns, and tribal and cultural resources. I wanted to take the opportunity to highlight some of the key team members that have been instrumental in achieving this current milestone. From the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, we have Elisa Kirchner, Cameron Sessions, Christine DeChamps, Nicole May, and Sean McNeil. For SAFCA, Rick Johnson, Pete Gelfie, Jason Campbell, Rena Jawanda, and Dan Tibbetts have been tremendous. From the board, we have Selva Mohan, Itzia Rivera, and Jennifer Collis have been helping out the team dramatically. And I also want to do a special thanks out to the DWR team, which include Corey Lasso, Kyle Bickler, Wilbur Wong, Ryan Young, David Moldoff, Miles Claret, Mark Liss and Casey Lung for the operation maintenance, and Manny Bahia and James Newsom for the fish passage. Moving forward, the design of the Sacramento Weir and bypass is anticipated to be completed by 2022. That's the design portion, and we look forward to construction award at the groundbreaking in 2023. In closing, I just want to express how proud I am of DWR's role in the partnerships that have implemented these types of projects. We have always strived to meet DWR's mission to sustainably manage the water resources of California in cooperation with other agencies to benefit the state's people and protect, restore, and enhance the natural and human environments. DWR will continue to implement flood risk reduction projects, be a good steward of public funds, and leverage the partnerships that further state goals and protect Californians. And that's the conclusion of this portion of 9A. I'm available for any questions or comments.
Okay, any questions for Todd at this point?
Can I make one quick comment, Bill?
Yeah, Don.
I just wanted to thank Todd for mentioning a lot of the people and drawing attention to some of the things that are really critically important and just take a very long time and are a lot of work that maybe we don't talk about every day. This is something that, I know when I worked for the state full time more than 20 years ago, people were talking about. There was already work happening with landowners in the community thinking about what this would look like. And the folks that you mentioned, their predecessors were a big part of that. And that's a lot of why things have gone so well. A lot of people put a lot of time into this for years. And I'm really glad to see things coming together now and people supporting the implementation and getting everything happening so quickly. But it does take a lot of foundation building. And a lot of those people are hovering around us. They know who they are. And I'm sure they're smiling watching it happening. But thanks for taking some time to just to pause and think about all those people in the different organizations. I appreciate that.
Okay, anybody else?
Bill, I have some comments to make.
Yep, Joe.
I think this is one of the cases where sometimes I complain, that our partnership with the Corps is not really a partnership, is a dictatorship. But this is a case where it was truly a partnership. And we being the state of California, and I worked on this bill to some extent with the DWR team, and getting the original core plan changed to remove the gates that they had planned there. This saved considerable amount of money and also considerably reduced the construction time necessary to build the project. And it only happened because the state insisted that we look at a way to get rid of the gates that are a big O&M cost out there. And we were successful, and once the Corps saw the light, they jumped all over it and made it happen. But I really feel the state deserves a lot of credit for that action. The other thing I would like to see done here is once this project's completed, I'm 100% for removing the gates at the existing weir. I think they're dangerous. I think they're costly and problematic, and they should be replaced if at all possible. And so I would hope that DWR keeps that in mind, that we try to move that forward once this project is complete. Thanks.
Thanks, Joe. Anybody else? Okay. Thank you, Todd, again. I think we'll, at this point, call a 15-minute break. Thank you. Okay, we're back. And at this point, I'd like to ask Chris Chernell to present the update of the 2022 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. Chris?
Good morning, President Edgar. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Good morning, President Edgar, members of the board. I'm Christopher Chernell, Deputy Director for Integrated Watershed Management at the California Department of Water Resources. Pleased to be here, joined by Mary Jimenez, who will be taking over after some opening comments that I'll be giving the board. I'm very grateful to be here today with Mary on behalf of the department and on behalf of the DWR team that's been working in close coordination with your staff. It's really been a wonderful example of the continued working relationship between our agencies as really one state family. And we look forward to more of that in the future. As we edge closer to the 10-year anniversary of the 2012 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, we've reached a significant milestone in the development of the CVFPP 2022 update. And that's what we're here to talk to you about today. We are excited to present to you on the working draft of the 2022 update to solicit your direct feedback and guidance, and to welcome input from the fantastic group of engaged public interests following this process closely. I think it's important to note, just stepping back for a moment, that each of the flood plan documents to date has contributed enormously to the interests of the state and our partners. The 2012 plan was by definition groundbreaking. The state's first comprehensive articulation of Central Valley flood risks, investment strategies, policy direction, and project opportunities. It created a foundation to build from, an all-important intersection of both vision and investment. Moving ahead to the 2017 update, that update built upon the 2012's foundation, contributing a monumental body of technical information and further refinement of investment needs. And with the guidance of your board and the advisory committee, it also leapt to the forefront of conversations around reconciling flood system investments with declining ecosystems. Since then, the conservation strategy has helped guide the true integration of nature-based solutions into traditional flood management strategies. Projects like the Lower Elkhorn Basin Levee Setback Project, part of which you just heard in the past presentation, and the Lookout Slough Project both stand as proof of this. So fast forward to today in the working draft of the 2022 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. As the board is well aware, the three central themes of this update are building flood system climate resilience, the alignment with other state planning efforts, and accountability and performance tracking. It's also worth noting, of course, here that equity in the flood system will also be a focus to begin addressing disparities in flood risk and investment experienced by communities across the economic and racial spectrum. And through the entire plan runs, of course, the overarching theme of climate change, its impacts, and how to best prepare our communities for its astonishingly accelerated pace. Among the most notable pieces of the plan update, where you will see this theme driving the conversation, include the state system-wide investment approach, or the SSIA, and expanded work on fully integrated water management solutions. First, related to the SSIA, as we continue to apply cutting-edge climate change science to state planning efforts, such as the California Water Plan and the CVFPP, we are seeing both accelerated and intensified climate impacts on our flood system. That directly translates into increased costs and urgency. The updated SSIA reflects that reality. Secondly, the update reflects the fact that simply investing more public funds using traditional approaches to flood management alone won't provide our communities with the climate resilience they need. This update leverages cutting-edge climate science and a growing local, state, and federal willingness to work across water management sectors: water supply, groundwater management, reservoir reoperation, environmental flows, habitat restoration, and of course, flood management to find solution sets. Climate impacts are felt across each of these water management subsectors. So our solutions must by definition reach across those same sectors. This update moves us in that direction more than ever before. So those are just two pieces, President Edgar and members of the board, that I'm personally excited about seeing in this working draft of the CVFPP. There's plenty of more work to come. We really welcome this opportunity and again, this milestone to open up the more formal feedback process afforded to us by the working draft. We look forward to continued engagement with the board, with the public, and in particular, those partners with whom we have been working for the past 10 years, really 10 plus years, on the themes and policies and ideas and investments that are really the core of the CVFPP. Again, it represents a fantastic opportunity, continued opportunity, and commitment to work with the board, your staff. That continues to be a pleasure along the way. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mary Jimenez, and she will walk you through some more of the details to the working draft of the 2022 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Director Turnell. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Mary. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And good morning, President Edgar, members of the board. This is Mary Jimenez with the Department of Water Resources. Pleased to be here to follow Deputy Director Turnell's opening remarks with the rest of our update today. Next slide, please. So an overview of the rest of the presentation. I'll begin with a brief recap of topics presented to the board last month by the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan team members Hillary Mann and MD Haig on our ongoing updates of the investment strategy and technical analyses supporting the plan, but then spend more time on where we're at. And that is in the final stages of producing our working draft of the flood plan for the board and our actively engaged partners and stakeholders, along with giving an update on our the ongoing briefings that we're conducting on the working draft and beyond, and our requested review of this material as it's ready. And then a really quick look ahead. There's other topics coming after the working draft as we're continuing to work along related to the CVFPP, acknowledging the development of flood system status report and state plan of flood control descriptive document updates as required components, continued discussion about alignment with other state efforts as our colleagues working on the California water plan are moving along in their scoping efforts as well, and then continued engagement on the conservation strategy update as we're moving from the working draft of that document towards the next version of that effort as well. So next slide, please. Thank you. Next slide. So beginning with the recap of our investment strategy update. Next slide, please. So as Deputy Director Turnell indicated, we have a deep body of work we completed in the past. And so the 2017 investment strategy was a notable example of that, that we're building on today. So in 2017, we produced a comprehensive technical memorandum that supported that 2017 plan. It found and supported the findings that significant contributions from all cost-sharing partners are required to implement this ambitious plan, state, federal, and local. That new and sustainable funding mechanisms are critical to ensure sustainable ongoing investments, that there really are some notable gaps there that we need to focus on. And that periodic new general obligation bonds will be vital to fund the large capital improvement components of the plan over the next 30 years and beyond. So those were some of the big findings in 2017. Next slide, please. And so our approach for updating that body of work for 2022, it is a light update in terms of the amount of work and the volume of work that we're updating, but it's meaningful. We are updating the 2017 recommended funding plan with the 2022 data and information. We're focusing on some key items in this light update, updating the description of the funding programs and updated development costs. We are not producing another standalone document like we did in 2017. If you remember, that was a technical document with a bunch of appendices. But this light update, we're feeding these updated components directly into the CVFPP working draft itself. And hopefully you will notice some of those components when I give the overview of the working draft later this morning. Our investment strategy update is also going to be incorporating the outcomes of the board's SSJDD feasibility study as a major ongoing effort related to this. And so as that is further along, we'll be incorporating those results into the investment strategy update and the flood plan itself. So many thanks to the board's continued leadership on that important effort. Next slide, please. Some more specific areas of refinement in that investment strategy update, the historical expenditures. So we're trying to clearly delineate between expenditures versus commitments when we're looking at the history of what's been spent. Our portfolio costs, as you'll see, and we'll talk about a lot more, we're seeing an increase in that overall investment needed as we're collecting this updated information, including the need to escalate all costs to $2021 as part of this. Ability to pay. So we are looking at updated cost shares from state, federal, and local partners and what those percentages should look like now, as well as incorporating the results from the board study, as I mentioned. We're also refining the funding plan recommendations within the funding plan. And so we've started the work on that, and there's still more work left to do over the coming months, as I'll iterate again when I cover our working draft CVFPP. I wanted to point out that at this point, we're not expecting to change the recommending funding mechanisms at this time, but we can continue to talk about what that might look like for the future iterations of the plan and beyond. So next slide, please. So some key takeaways from the investment strategy update effort. Like the CVFPP as a whole, this work does not represent a funding decision or endorsement for specific projects that are being discussed or talked about in our investment strategy. As I mentioned, we are building on a comprehensive effort from 2017 with a relatively light update, but it does have some significant refinements. Those refinements are resulting in an increased overall cost that we'll talk more about. Climate change adaptation strategies are components of this plan and are an enhancement to the investment strategy update throughout the portfolio where those strategies reside. The portfolio development is considering the need to support ongoing and future funding requests as well as possible through the Department of Finance and the Legislative Analyst's Office. And then I also wanted to mention that the regional input and the support of the Flood Board is absolutely vital to the success of the investment strategy update and the CVFPP update itself. And so, as Hillary mentioned, we really look forward to continued collaboration on development of the investment strategy contents of the flood plan. Next slide, please. And so now I'll provide a recap of MD Haig's technical analysis update. Next slide, please. Thank you. So just like the investment strategy, we are working off a deep body of work from 2017. With climate change in particular, one of the key takeaways from our 2017 analysis was the recognition that climate change is a major driver in flood risk, but we really didn't know how uncertain it was. There was a sense and a feeling that it's highly uncertain, but just how uncertain is it? And so how do we respond to that? And so building on the 2017 update and doing the technical analysis for 2022 with this new information, we did not change the system configurations in our models from 2017. And we are enhancing the analysis of the 2017, we are enhancing the analysis of the state system-wide investment approach in terms of climate change uncertainty and vulnerability more particularly. At the highest level, what does all this technical information mean? We are getting an enhanced understanding of our flood system problems in the Central Valley, particularly related to climate change. We are acknowledging that while we're still learning a lot, further refinement of solutions is absolutely going to be critical and necessary. And we are very interested in seeing how we can assess and develop those further as part of future planning cycles as our resources allow. So the next slide, please. So this just highlights some of the high-level findings of our draft climate change analysis to date. Some big takeaways that are also reiterated in the working draft that folks will see. We're finding that the temperatures are expected to increase under all future scenarios. So we looked at a range, and under even the low, the medium, and the high, all future scenarios, major storms are expected to be warmer. So warmer temperatures, warmer storms. And that means less areas are above the freezing temperature in the tributary watersheds to the Central Valley, less snow and more rain. More rain with warmer temperatures, less snow means more runoff. We're seeing increases in runoff across the full range of scenarios, low, medium, and high. Of course, the most significant at the high end, but there's even an increase at the low end as well. Higher runoff means higher flood peaks coming into the valley on our people, on our property, and our environment. Higher flood peaks in both the Sacramento and San Joaquin basins, on average 30% in the Sacramento, doubling in the San Joaquin. So significant, and particularly so in the San Joaquin, as you'll see quickly in this slide. So our findings are very much consistent with the higher level findings of 2017, with more refinement and more specificity with respect to uncertainty. Next slide, please. So just an overview of the other components of the flood risk analysis. In addition to the climate change that are being updated, we are updating our floodplain inventory, the parcel data and the land use underpinning that analysis. And we're providing an enhanced life risk analysis, leveraging the Corps of Engineers HEC LifeSim tool, which we've been grateful to the Corps for providing for our use. So we have a lot of updated data and some updated tools supporting this analysis that we look forward to sharing with partners after they've been reviewed and completed as well for follow-on planning efforts. Next slide, please. And so this is just a snapshot of the types of technical results that will be showing up in the technical analysis summary document itself and higher level summary in the flood plan, as I'll cover later. And this is an example of the life loss, average annual life loss calculation that's coming out of our update. With and without investment in the state system-wide investment approach under the full range of climate change scenarios that we're looking at. So this work is undergoing independent peer review right now, but as soon as that's completed and we finish packaging up our documentation, we're going to continue to engage and have more for folks to review on that end as well. So next slide, please. So with that, I'll pause before going on to the 2022 working draft overview for any questions or comments.
Any comments from the board? Do we want to take questions from the public at this point, Mary, or do we want to move till the end?
If they have questions on the first part that I covered, that's okay. But if otherwise, if it's related to the 2022 plan at large, I prefer it wait.
Oh, okay. Do we have any questions from the public, Leslie or Ryan? Do you see any at this point?
I don't, Mr. President.
I don't see any either.
Okay. Mary, I just have one comment. When Chris was making his opening comments, and maybe he can address this, I got a sense that we're changing the basic principles of the plan. As you recall, probably better than anybody else, the primary goal of the flood plan, just the flood plan, was to improve flood risk management. And then there were supporting goals to improve operation and maintenance and promote ecosystem functions and institutional support and multi-benefit projects. But the main purpose of the plan was to improve flood risk management. And I got a sense is that we're changing the plan to be more of a multi-beneficial plan. And it seems to me we're not ready for that. And the idea was with this update, we would be moving forward with the flood plan, making sure that we don't step on anybody's, area of responsibility, but moving flood implementation ahead so that we're moving ahead, but aren't disturbing anyone else. And later, when we are able to get a water plan that's in the same status as the flood plan is, and we get a Delta Adapts plan that is reconciled with, the comments from the public and so on, and there's a Sigma plan out there that we can reconcile with the flood plan. We're moving ahead with the flood plan, but we're not converting it as yet to a multi-purpose water management plan at this point. Is that still where we're going, or are we looking at a whole new plan? It seems to me that that bothers me a little bit that we're moving to converting the plan too quickly before these other plans are ready to somehow integrate into the plan we're talking about.
Yeah, thanks for that, President Edgar. I'll address that, and Mary, of course, will weigh in as she sees fit.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, you bet. And I really appreciate the question. To be very clear, this Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update and every Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update from here until the end of time will have a singular focus on reducing flood risk in the Central Valley. The difference is, and this is what I tried to touch on and hint at a bit in my opening comments, is that the strategies that we employ to achieve that singular focus of reduced flood risk in the Central Valley must extend beyond traditional approaches to flood risk reduction. We have an integrated system. It's being driven to be more and more integrated because of the common thread of how climate change affects all of it. So, we've presented to the board on projects like our climate change vulnerability and adaptation plan for the Merced watershed and other types of related efforts that the department is working on. And that's an approach that really takes, again, this cutting edge scientific approach to, if we turn the dials on our reservoirs, if we do certain sorts of levee setbacks in the flood system, if we move floodwaters into groundwater recharge basins, we will be, especially in areas like the San Joaquin system that, as Mary just covered, have particular challenges with expected climate impacts. It's those sorts of strategies that, again, are all flood risk reduction strategies. They're just traditionally thought of as groundwater strategies or water supply strategies. When we bring those all together, we can achieve better outcomes for flood risk reduction. So let me just summarize all that again. The focus of the 2022 update and all subsequent updates will absolutely be focused singularly on flood risk reduction. It's how we achieve that we're going to be starting to talk about more in this plan than we have in the past. And that, we believe, is really consistent with where you, President Edgar, have made certain comments over the last number of public discussions on this topic, and we've heard from other board members and our partners as well. So we think it's fully consistent with that.
Yes, okay. I just want to make sure that we aren't because we haven't said anything other than at this point we're moving ahead with flood implementation projects, making sure that we stay in our lane and we don't step on anybody's toes, but we're implementing common elements that we know are going to be required, even though these other plans aren't fully accepted or adopted. I understand that. So thank you for clarifying that. The one other thought I had for you and Mary is that the secretary has told us many times that he's very concerned about all of these plans hanging around and the lack of speed that we have in implementing management actions, those two things. And I've been thinking a lot about that. And we just talked about the water resilience portfolio is attempting to address what you just talked about and bringing all of these things together. And I think that needs to be done so that the plans that we have are integrated. But in terms of speeding up implementation, the only way we've been able to do that, and this is kind of a bold statement, but it seems to me that the roles of the state and the local areas have got to be defined very clearly here. And what is necessary for the state to do is the planning, the overall planning. In our case, it's the Central Valley. Local government can't do that. They can't plan the valley. We have to do that. That's our job, and we're responsible for that. And moreover, agencies, DWR is responsible for planning the entire state. So that's a function that the state has to perform, and will. The other is financing. Many of these local areas don't have or assistant financing. Many of these don't have the financing capability. We need to be that. We need to also do oversight, making sure that what's being achieved is done in accordance with the plans and the rules and the regulations that the state articulates. But when it comes to actual implementation, what we've seen over the last 10 years I've been on this board is that implementation is better, faster, and cheaper if we let the SAFCAs do it, or the SABUCAs do it, or the SJAFCAs do it. But it's done at the local level where they're more nimble and they're more creative, quite frankly, and they're closer to the folks that are being affected, so they can get support. So at some point, I think we ought to just say what the role of the state is, which is planning, financing, and oversight. And the local governments implement their plans, these plans, in accordance with the plan and the rules and regulations that the state sets forth. And we ought to very clearly state that, because we can't, we find ourselves, at least I've found myself, just stepping all over ourselves when we try to implement anything at the state level. It just never is on time, or it somehow violates different rules and regulations that somebody else has adopted for us, and we have to abide by those, and so on and so on, and everybody has to have their own say, and it just takes too long. And the secretary is frustrated about that, and I am too. And so I think we need to somehow, in our thinking about this, and it comes to play as we're talking about the update, we need to really carve out the lanes, and hopefully it matches the authorities that we have, but it carve out the lanes that we're responsible for. And as I say, I've been very frustrated with implementation at the state level, because we're never going to do what the secretary wants us to do, which is speed up the implementation. We can't do it, but I think local government can. And if they do it in accordance with what we require in our plans and in our oversight and our rules and the regulations, then I think we ought to be happy about that. But that's just my own comments, and I just been thinking about that, and this is the proper place to bring that up. Anyway. Any
Bill,
other
could
yeah.
I comment on your comment?
Oh, sure, Joe.
I think what you say is absolutely true for urban areas, but I don't think it's true for rural areas. I think the rural areas don't have the technical or staff capability to implement like the urban areas like SAFCA and the Yuba. So it has to be maybe a mix of what you're talking about. But you're absolutely right. The local areas can make things happen much faster.
Well, I'm even, Joe, I'm even thinking about the smaller areas, like Knight's Landing and so on. Megan happened to do that. If we provide the money to them, to hire the necessary engineers and ones to do their implementation planning, and a lot of that they can't afford, and I get that. But you provide them the money, I think they can get it done faster and competently, as long as they hire competent engineers, and maybe we have to prove those engineers. I don't know, but that's been proven even at the smaller areas like Knight's Landing and 106 and so on. They've done a lot up there. They needed the money to do it, and DWR provided that. So I think that's still even the case in the local areas. I think they can do better than the state, although the state admittedly would have to keep a closer eye on those areas to make sure that they're hiring the right engineers and doing their studies properly. But I think this whole idea of implementation at the state level is just a mess, and will never improve it. Doesn't seem to me in any time soon.
Through the chair.
Yeah, Mary Jane.
I'd like to comment on both you and Joe Countryman's comments. And Bill, I think you're absolutely right. And I think there's a lot of proof out there, especially with the project we discussed this morning with Sacramento. There's a lot of things that went right for large projects like this to come together. And I think Three Rivers is also an example of locals taking control over the projects, doing the early implementation and partnering with the state. Locals they know what their risks are. They face them every winter time when there's a lot of rain. And so for them to come in and do these type of projects, not only do they save time, but they save money on these particular projects. And that's how you get flood control done, is by making these projects happen quicker. And as regards to the small rural communities, because there already are those examples out there, there are those consultants, whether they're engineers or environmental consultants, that are out that have done this job. And if the state was to provide some resources to them, there's the ability to help those small rural communities. So I'm in complete support of what's been said this morning by the board. I think there's some great examples. I think that we can't wait the normal path of these 20 and 30 and even more year projects. I just don't think that we can wait for those kind of projects to happen in those timelines, that we have to make them happen quicker. Thank you.
One other comment. If we were only in control of it all, but a big part of the 25, 30-year time process is the federal process.
Sure, yeah.
It has to go through. And I'm not sure, certainly the locals can't change that. And I'm not sure how much even the state can change that core process. But that's a factor that we have to accept is a key part of why it takes so long.
Yeah, no question about it, Joe. But just two examples. Safeco went out on a limb, and they funded their whole projects, all the projects they have implemented, 100%, including the chorus portion. While West Sacramento was only able to fund their portion, and they're waiting around for the Corps to bony up the money necessary to do it. Now, I do think they have the money as a result of special congressional action, which happened to benefit West Sacramento, but Safeco was way ahead of the game by doing it out front and so on. And the same with Cvfpp. We funded the money out front, and it's hopefully it will get reimbursed later. But in any event, it can be done more quickly than it is, but it takes some risk on the part of both the local governments and the state, assuming that they're going to get later approval by the Corps. And you can mitigate some of that either through legislation or through constant contact and communication, like Chris Chernell was talking about with the federal interest and the Corps of Engineers particularly. So anyway, those are just thoughts that I've been having. Most of you have been having those thoughts too, but right. At some point, as we're going through this planning process, there's there's got to be some statement as to where we are on planning versus implementation. I think if we're interested in trying to influence or approve what the secretary has said, and that is stop the planning and start implementation and do it quickly. So that's
Well,
his order.
I agree with that, but
President,
it has to have money to do it.
Yeah.
Mr. President, Jay Dolan here.
Yep, Jane.
For every single update that I've heard and every single subgroup that I've been part of for what this new iteration of the plan is, I clearly understand and see that it's going to be focused on implementation and coordinating projects so that we can achieve the best benefits all around. But I also want to let you know that Megan Nagy wants to speak.
Thank you. Okay, let's take the speakers. Mary said she's interested in hearing from the public. Megan?
Thanks, President Edgar. I just wanted to comment on both some of the things that you and Joe just mentioned. In the rural areas, districts like ours, Knights Landing, 108, and Sac River Westside Levy District, I do agree that we can implement projects faster. We're a little bit more nimble, and so we can implement those. But there's a lot of other rural districts that don't have the staff that we do. And you heard Ben talk earlier today up in the Colusa area. They don't have a local agency up there. They rely on the state maintenance areas for their maintenance, and so they don't have an entity to do projects, or there's levy districts just upstream of them that are just small. So what I would say in the rural areas for implementation, it just depends. And if you can go to a local agency like ours, or maybe RD 1500 that has more capability, I totally agree. But we do need to look out for the smaller ones, because I am afraid that they're going to be left behind, not only from a resource and cash perspective, but just the act of managing the grants can be overwhelming. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, I was interested in Ben's comments because it put another light on those maintenance districts, which we do have some control over those at the state level, and maybe that ought to be part of the planning process. I think Todd has made some progress in terms of the project he talked about this morning, the work he did in getting the maintenance group to accept maintenance in perpetuity. I think is quite an achievement that I don't believe has been done by the maintenance area or maintenance division of the state before. So that's new, and congratulations. That needs to be done and should have been done a long time ago. Okay, is there anybody else out there, Leslie or Ryan, you can see wants to speak?
President Edgar, I'd like to say a couple just words before we turn it back over to Mary to complete the presentation.
Sure, Chris. Yeah.
Yeah. With all due respect to your comments, Mr. President, and others from the flood board, I think it's really important to keep in mind that a big piece of what the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan articulates is the state's interest in maintaining and improving the flood system. And that state interest does not always align with local interests. It does to a large degree, and we do a lot of work through the regional flood management planning process and collaboration, funding those efforts and more to identify those areas of commonality and to really work together to leverage each other's authorities, each other's abilities, and those partnerships and funding mechanisms that can really blossom from that type of collaboration and coordination. But those interests are not always the same. To your point, those authorities are not always the same. And there will absolutely always, from the department's perspective, be a role. And I would say from the state's perspective, there will always be a role for the state to play a leadership role in the types of projects, both big and small, where it makes best sense for us to do so, and we have the authority to do so. So I appreciate your general perspective, and I think Megan Nagy really highlighted this well, that there is a degree of nimbleness and speed with which local agencies can move that simply, by the nature of larger bureaucracy, we sometimes cannot. But it's incumbent upon us to then therefore not just abdicate our responsibility to local agencies, but to say, where can the SAFEGAs of the world, where can the SJAFCAs of the world and others, RD 108, et cetera, step in to work with us in partnership to get those projects done. Todd Bernardi mentioned a fantastic example of that. We couldn't have handled the Bright landfill toxic waste site that was in the corner of the Levels and Sacramento Weir widening project like they did. So we employed their assistance, they offered, we took them up on that, we made it happen financially, and the project is better off and accelerated because of that. But it was not an abdication of our responsibility to improve the flood system. That is on us and will remain on us until those authorities are changed. And frankly, I do not see that happening anytime soon. And this flood plan will not be including messaging to suggest otherwise.
Yeah, I just, my experience is if we don't have the local stakeholders on board,
agreed,
the plan nothing will fly. And I think the proof is in the pudding. That's why we don't have a water plan. That's why it's been so difficult with the Delta plans. We haven't engaged properly. We did a lot on the project Todd talked about, and that's the difference, I think. But anyway, just food for thought. Anybody else?
Through the chair, and I don't mean to belabor this, but I'm not clear, Chris, why you would say that, because when there is, when the locals participate in these types of projects, the state benefits from this. And I'll just say, Paterno decision, that came out of Yuba County. I mean, there is a certain, you're right, there is a responsibility that the state has, but it also threads with local as far as flood control projects go. So I can't see where, I can see where the state has the plan, but the locals have a lot of ability to move these plans or move these projects. I'm not sure where you're coming from on that statement.
So let me just be very clear, and I appreciate the opportunity to clarify in case I wasn't. Absolutely, yes. There's clear local, state, and federal interest in the system, and we all bring to the table various authorities, responsibilities, and abilities. And we should always be taking advantage of those for partnerships. That's why I mentioned the value of partnerships and use the explicit example you heard about earlier today for the Sac Weir widening project. So just be really clear, board member, yes to everything you said. I'm not contradicting that at all. I'm just saying that that's not itself an argument for us to abdicate our responsibility to local agencies. For example, the Lookout Slough project, a project endorsed by the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. It's a massive expansion of the Yola bypass, as articulated directly in the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, each version of it that you have adopted. That project would not have happened but for state leadership. It's still in the process, to be clear, but it would not be where it's at today without state leadership. That's not a project that was identified per se by local interests. And so we've been working with them, trying to build those partnerships to move that forward.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Let's go.
Okay, anything else on this part?
Mr. President, I don't know if it's old, but never mind. Todd Bernardi had his hand up, but I guess he just took it down.
Okay.
No, I actually do have a comment. This is Todd Bernardi, Department of Water Resources. You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. A couple of comments. I think having been involved in implementation at several different levels, whether it be in partnering with local agencies to fulfill our flood risk reduction projects, or working at a more system level, for example, with the Levels project, I think it's pretty important to remember that there needs to be an array of approaches that actually work for implementation. And to further that point, there was 2 examples that were provided in particular. One was, for example, Cvfpp, where the state partnered with Cvfpp. So DWR had that program, the early implementation program, and we very much did, take a partner look, and we did that, so in other words, Cvfpp didn't do that alone. And I think it's important to look at that as a model, because look at the success that is having right now. They're about to be the first urban area in the Central Valley to get their 200-year level, certification of their levees. And it really is an example of success, where it's not just that we handed over the money for them to complete this, but we partnered with that agency, and using their local expertise, experience, and their consultants, they led the design and implementation. But with the state being a partner, that is where we could offer the oversight. That's where we could look at the long-term needs relative to land ownership, relative to operations and maintenance, relative to system resiliency, relative to trying to incorporate multi-benefit elements. And so when I look at this array, I want to provide another example, which is, I was pretty intimately involved in Dave Wilden's group, and we're looking at local and rural agencies, and even with 95% state cost share in some of these projects, there's still, some of these local agencies struggle to do this. And the third point, I guess I'd like to make to reemphasize how important it is to have an array of programs and approaches, is to reinforce Chris's point, which is when you get to these very large, very complex projects that have regional flood risk reduction goals, which agency are you saying to use? When I think the model really does speak to itself when you think that you can partner with these local agencies, have very specific parts of the projects to be able to complete, to be able to create that project in a much more comprehensive way that actually adds to that old adage that all boats must float. Taking this approach, and I think we've seen this time and time again, where DWR continues to have programs that are grant and partnership programs that allow the local agencies to, in fact, move out with their improvements while also providing that oversight that is essential to working through all of our flood risk needs here in the Central Valley and throughout the entire state.
Thank you, Todd. Anybody else? Okay, Mary, sorry about that.
It's all right.
Please proceed before we interrupt you again.
You bet. All right. Thank you, President Edgar. Everyone, pleased to move on with the next segment of the presentation. So where we are today, preparing our working draft of the 2022 flood plan update. Next slide, please. So I'll provide now an overview of that working draft as it stands. Thank you. Next slide. And so building on the work of the past, informed by new information, we are developing this working draft of the 2022 CVFPB update. While doing this, we are assessing progress and effectiveness of investments from the previous planning cycle, particular with a focus on the last 5 years and what we've accomplished. We're using the wealth of information being developed to identify updated investment needs and updated recommendations for continued implementation of our plan over the next 30 years. And so I really appreciate the comments that many folks are tracking of the needed focus on implementation in 2022. So given that the state system-wide investment approach is foundational to the CVFPB, it is adapting with the planning process as complex variables are better understood, climate change being a big one that we've all been talking about, and related topics. Next slide, please. And so the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan is the state's programmatic vision for improving flood risk management in the Central Valley. It is still and will be a flood plan. And as such, it is descriptive and not decisional. But what we mean by that more specifically is it's not a specific funding or permitting decision for projects that are described in the plan. Just a comment I made earlier on the investment strategy, felt like I needed to repeat it for the flood plan at whole, because when we talk about the details, sometimes that can get confusing. The Central Valley Flood Protection Plan prioritizes the state's investment in flood management over the next 3 decades, so it is long-term and programmatic. It does promote multi-benefit projects and integrates and improves ecosystem functions associated with flood risk reduction projects through its component conservation strategy in an integrated way. Next slide, please. And so, as I mentioned, among the key roles of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan is to guide future more climate resilient investments in the Central Valley flood system. So in its role to guide future flood system investments, the CVFPP's mandate is unchanged. And so I wanted to reinforce that. That mandate does require that climate change be considered in the plan and its updates, which we are doing robustly this time. So the planning approach of the CVFPP incorporates more traditional flood management actions with broader nature-based solutions to collectively improve climate resilience of the system. And I think this, reiterates one of the points that Deputy Director Terrell made, and that's that collection, that collective resilience of the traditional actions with the innovation and the new and broadening those nature-based solutions. I also wanted to recognize that continued strong local and regional collaboration remains key to all of this. So to jump off of what folks have been saying, we have to work together, guys. The state with our local and regional collaborative partners and finding creative ways to partner together. And I also wanted to mention that the 50-year horizon for climate change really is an opportunity that allows us to continually plan more effectively for desired long-term outcomes as we iterate every 5 years on this flood plan. Next slide, please. And so the CVFPP represents a comprehensive vision, right? And that comprehensive vision was originally envisioned now already 14 years ago in state legislation. Time flies. So while the broad strategies and concepts of the state system-wide investment approach consistent with that vision have not changed fundamentally since the 2012 plan and the 2017 update, this comprehensive vision of the flood plan is becoming more focused with each planning cycle as implementation is occurring and priorities are changing, and that's what we're looking to reflect. I wanted to point out the sign in the upper right-hand corner. If you're tracking with me, open during construction. This is a working draft that we're getting ready to produce, and we are very eager to leave the doors open, the phone line open, to continue to work together to develop this flood plan from the working draft and make it stronger moving into next year. The next slide, please. So here's just an overview of our outline of the working draft 2022 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan as it stands today. We have 4 chapters that are very similar to the 2017 document with one notable exception that you can see here on the slide. Chapter 2 is now focused on implementation, progress, and performance tracking. And so that's a big change at the chapter level from the 2017 plan. But other than that, chapters 1, 3, and 4 are very similar. Another notable change, we haven't quite completed it yet. We would like to complete a call to action infographic next year that will be a companion to this flood plan update to highlight the highest priorities of what we need to do moving forward. Next slide, please. One of the other more structural changes that you'll notice between the 2017 document and the 2022 right now is the housing of a lot of our background information in an appendix. We are producing a draft appendix with the 2022 working draft that will come out very soon. The intent of that background appendix is to provide a home for the historical content of how the 2012 plan was done, the original formulation of the state system-wide investment approach, and its update in 2017. The intent of housing in an appendix that's with the plan is to really enable a more narrative flow of chapter 1 and a more concise CVFPP document overall. Next slide, please. And so then chapter 1 can begin more directly on the 2022 plan itself and our update of the content. I would begin by reinforcing that the 2022 CVFPP update is consistent with those previous plans, and that's extremely important. It would also introduce our 3 themes, as I mentioned earlier. So the update is focusing on improving system-wide climate resilience, performance tracking, and strengthening integration alignment between the CVFPP and other related state water management plans and efforts. that we will be reporting on trend performance of those planned investments and updating that state system-wide investment approach to provide a portfolio of actions that is reasonable, balanced, and cost-effective for the state of California. Chapter 1 also has an important role in doubling down on the updated problem statement for why it's so important to invest in flood management in the Central Valley. And so in a snapshot, we need to acknowledge that flood risk remains high, native species are continuing to decline, and those really concerning trends are much exacerbated by what we're seeing in climate change and already experiencing, and related anthropogenic factors of all of us living and working in the Central Valley and the state of California. Next state, next slide, next state. Thank you. Chapter 2. So then Chapter 2 focuses on implementation progress and in performance tracking, as I mentioned. So we just have some few highlights of Chapter 2 here on the slide. One thing that you'll see visually, we have maps of the completed projects and actions as part of our accomplishments and performance tracking featured in Chapter 2. Completed projects for each area of interest are highlighted in Chapter 2 with some photos and enhanced descriptions. So by areas of interest in the CVFPP, I mean urban areas, small communities, rural areas, and system-wide areas of interest as being separate but an integrated package. And then we're also reporting on progress on the policy issues. So we had a number of flood management related policy issues and recommendations provided in 2017. We have some qualitative progress summary on the work efforts addressing those issues that we look forward to continuing to discuss and develop. And then we've highlighted some areas for continuing conversations in there as well, trying to strike a balance between describing and acknowledge the progress we have achieved and giving that due space and credit, while at the same time pointing forward to the need to continue conversations and the need to work together to do more. So that's where Chapter 2 is landing so far. Next slide, please. And so bridging Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, the what we've done and what we still need to do. I mentioned the completed actions map in Chapter 2. Chapter 3, among its other contents that I'll talk about shortly, includes a map of in progress and planned actions. So at a snapshot that you can visually see what we've accomplished and what we still have to do, and there's a lot left to do. You can also visually identify that most of the actions we've completed and have implemented so far have been in the Sacramento River Basin for a variety of really good reasons. But there is a need to do more. And as part of needing to do more for the Central Valley, we do need to shift and broaden the focus to the San Joaquin in particular. All right, next slide. And so then Chapter 3 is the description of updated flood system risk, updated priorities, portfolios of actions and outcomes expected from the CVFPP over the long-term future. And so one of the things I mentioned earlier is Chapter 3 will include summary graphics of our technical results. So the life loss and damages and climate change results in Chapter 3. Really excited to have features and spotlights in Chapter 3 in this working draft for you all to take a look at. In particular, we're spotlighting the Yola Bypass Cash Flow Partnership and development of a multi-benefit program in that area with our state, federal, and local partners. So interested in that spotlight, alongside a new spotlight for the San Joaquin Regional Flood Management Strategy, and trying to reflect the engagement and the work talked about so far between DWR and the Central Valley Flood Board and our actively involved partners in the San Joaquin, with accompanying maps and summary information. So spotlights in Chapter 3, please take a look at those. We are also updating our area of interest descriptions that I mentioned also for Chapter 2, what those updated priorities are in those areas of interest, and some accompanying map visuals. So hopefully Chapter 3 strikes a good balance between having some meaningful text and visuals. So let us know what you think and how we can make it better when you review. We're also featuring a table of our first draft of high priority policy issue recommendations in Chapter 3. So I'll talk more about the policy issues in the subsequent slide, but this is the home of our first cut at at a subset of recommendations to address the highest priority policy issues. So a lot more dialogue to be had on that. I was really grateful that Ben Carter and others brought up earlier the importance of implementation and looking at some of these really challenging policy issues, for instance, in rural areas of the Sacramento Valley. So we need to make sure that those high priority issues are adequately addressing high priority ones like Ben mentioned earlier. Thank you. All right, I wanted to end with one more key point from Chapter 3, and that is the result of all of this work. The Central Valley Flood Protection Plan moving forward is planning for long-term resilience of the flood system to climate change within a broad range of uncertainty, right? Very challenging. But as such, we are promoting residual risk management, such as the content that Lance and my colleagues at DWR covered earlier today as some really great examples of activities. Also adaptive management and broader use of multi-benefit approaches so that we can act effectively in the face of great uncertainty. And so moving on more in Chapter 3 here, as I mentioned, the policy issues are a really important and integral part of that, and it is also a major feature of Chapter 3. At this point in Chapter 3, when you see the working draft, you'll notice that we have retained 8 flood management policy issue categories from 2017 with some relatively modest updates. But aside from those modest updates, you should recognize the 8. And are introducing 2 new ones. And so a lot more work left to do to further develop the 2 new ones around equity, climate change, and flood system resilience. We did add those based on the results of the really great engagement we've had over the last couple of years, and this coming up in a number of forums with a number of folks, not only internally in DWR, so thanks to my colleagues at DWR who are passionate about this too, but also with many of our partners in different venues. So we're introducing those in this working draft. There's still some pretty notable holes in really being able to develop as well as I would hope. But it's in the working draft. You'll see it. Please take a look and share your thoughts on that in particular as you can. Next slide, please. And so then moving forward, as I mentioned really early on in the investment strategy update, Chapter 4 is the key location in the document where we are incorporating the results in the investment strategy update effort and the funding plan. So one of the big pieces of information that we have in the working draft Chapter 4 so far that needs further discussion and development is our estimate of the total investment need. So our current estimate of the investment need for the next 30 years is now $25 to $30 billion in combined ongoing and capital investments over the next 30 years. What we're already seeing here is that investment needs are growing as urgent threats related to climate change are already occurring and increasing. And so the needs are growing alongside that. Along with having this first draft of what the overall investment numbers are looking like, we are clarifying in Chapter 4 that our recommended funding plan is accounting for full compliance with the legislative guidance and requirements of the Central Valley Flood Protection Act of 2008. In other words, it is a complete plan and we're complying in our funding plan with legislative guidance. So I guess before I move on to the next part of my presentation, I'd like to pause here.
Okay, any questions? Mary, just a comment. You mentioned Ben Carter's statement. I think needed more attention to the rural areas and funding for them and their lack of capacity for dealing with that. He was also talking about an institutional problem, and that is the maintenance areas, which I hadn't thought about before. There are state maintenance areas up there that are responsible for the ongoing operations and maintenance. And he said what is missing from those areas is there isn't a SBUFCA, there aren't local maintaining agencies, there aren't levee districts or things to to do the long-range planning that's being done even in the smaller community areas like Knights Landing and so on. And he mentioned the state maintenance areas. One of the things that we need to address somewhere is this issue of, in the institutional issue of what we do with the state maintenance areas that are simply, they go in with their budgets, get subventions, get some state money to do local maintenance areas, but there's not overall long-range planning that those areas can look at. And he mentioned a couple small communities up there, Franklin and a couple others that lack that ability. It seems to me that one of the things that we could do with at the state level is somehow take those maintenance areas and do some long-range planning in those areas where we're giving out maintenance money in the subventions program and other areas. But that's a specific issue that he mentioned that it seems to me that we ought to be talking about somewhere. Okay, is there any other questions at this point from the board or public?
I don't see any hands raised, Mr. President.
Okay.
Thank you. All right,
Okay.
next slide, please.
Mm-hmm.
And so Chapter 4 also includes an updated description of DWR's flood management programs through which we implement the actions of the plan. So those, along with the updated description of the flood programs themselves, we are categorizing flood programs in terms of being proactive, active, or responsive, depending on the nature of the work they do. So that's one of the updates you'll see in Chapter 4. Next slide, please. And so all of our work is being done in parallel. So as we're preparing to share an early working draft of the flood plan itself, I wanted to mention that the multiple component efforts that are an integrated package with the CVFPB are in different phases of development in and of itself while they're going on in parallel. So just wanted to reiterate the commitment of myself and the team. Let us know at any time if you want to dig into any and all of these or have just questions about the schedule, because the schedule is shifting. Some of these documents, like the conservation strategy, we do have a working draft that we've shared and are continuing to develop, but some of these documents we're still packaging up right now and will be coming out after the working draft of the CVFPB, but ahead of the public draft. So these things are coming out at different times, but we're feeding together information in a coherent package best we can as we iterate through this planning process. So that's one of the key takeaways from this slide. So keep working with us and we're working to get it all done next year. Next slide. And so just one prominent example of how component efforts are supporting the flood plan. I know I talked earlier about the investment strategy and the technical analyses. A little spotlight here on the conservation strategy update, since that one is a little bit further along with the working draft and thanks to the work of the advisory committee. The update of the conservation strategy is adding 3 new target species to the CVFPP. So yellow-billed cuckoo, tricolor blackbird, and Delta smelt. And is reinforcing that we're not changing the measurable objectives at this time. So we're just measuring progress against the measurable objectives that were set forth in 2016. The conservation strategy update also supports all 3 themes of the CVFPP that we've been talking about. It's an integral part of the performance tracking effort, with its ecosystem indicators and metrics. It's also an integral part of their climate change work and descriptions. So the ecological adaptation measures and approaches of the conservation strategy are important ways to address climate change. And then it's part of our strengthening of alignment with the CVFPP and other programs. So the data, tools, and guidance of the conservation strategy is absolutely being packaged up to be shared and useful across DWR programs and with our partners as it's completed. And it's also driving and supporting a lot of the policy discussion. So the policy recommendations of the CVFPB are being heavily informed by the 2016 conservation strategy work and the ongoing work of the advisory committee, particularly as it pertains to multi-benefit projects and ecosystem related issues. So that is part and parcel to not only the conservation strategy update itself, but the flood plan and where these where the content bubbles up. Next slide. All right, so now I'll give an update on where we're at with briefing on the working draft and our upcoming requested review. Thank you. So as of today, well, it's really close. We're right smack there in the middle of producing our CVFPB working draft for 2022 as a milestone, and just excited to get this early draft to share with the board and our partners. The team is working furiously to package that up today and confirm our distribution list and distribution message. So the latest is it's most likely going to come out early next week as we're completing our work. But we're really looking to make sure we have a strong review message and that our distribution is complete and we're ready. So the format of that distribution is going to be an email of the PDF. It will not be ADA accessible yet because it's still a working draft. We haven't put that level of development in the document yet. And we are producing a limited number of hard copies for the Central Valley Flood Protection Board members. And so those hard copies will follow the PDF, because after we produce the PDF, we have to send it to print. So look for those next week. Our team is working hard today. Also, with regards to the schedule, I wanted to remind the board and others that we are complying with the California Environmental Quality Act by preparing an addendum to the 2017 Supplemental Program EIR. So upon completion of the review of changes expected in this update, we concluded that it would not result in new significant impacts or a substantial increase in the severity of significant impacts to the environment that were already considered at a programmatic level in the 2012 Program Environmental Impact Report, as updated by the 2017 Supplemental Program EIR. So it's as good a time as any to remind folks of that. Next slide, please. All right, so we've been very busy while we're developing the working draft, engaging. We're really grateful to all of the partners that have been engaging with us already through September, from the Corps of Engineers, the board and our partners involved in the Floodplain Management Association conference, our regional partners that hosted us in the middle of September, the Central Valley Flood Control Association, the board's advisory committee, and more. So thank you all so much for having us along and continuing to work closely with us moving forward. We're still continuing to set these up. So next week, we'll be meeting with the Yolo Bypass Partnership Steering Committee and providing a briefing. We're planning a large tribal engagement. Thanks to the DWR and Central Valley Flood Protection Board tribal team. We're planning a major tribal engagement on October 4th. And then looking towards talking about late October, updating the Delta Stewardship Council, planning a series of briefings with county boards of supervisors in the Central Valley affected by the CVFPB, largely in October and November. Those dates are gradually firming up as well, thanks to all the folks helping us to set those up. And then others to be determined. We know the importance of this flood plan requires a continued and extensive engagement. And so as those additional needs arise, please let us know, and we'll do our best to set something up and be there. Next slide, please. And so an overview of the requested review of the working draft. So following the presentation today, as I mentioned, we are working on not only the PDF of the document to share, but also some reviewer guidance. We are letting folks know that we will address comments as we get them and address them as well as possible and incorporate them into the public draft. The current schedule for the public draft is first quarter 22. So it's aggressive, especially with the holidays in there, but we will be addressing comments as we receive them and reflecting them as well as possible in that public draft. We are realists. We recognize that some comments are going to be very challenging, and if we're not able to adequately address them in that public draft, we will be looking to the public process in 22 to continue to address those comments. And so to meet this longer term schedule of trying to get future drafts prepared in 22, we are asking for comments to be received on this working draft by close of business October 29th. And so the distribution will include contact information and a template to submit those comments. All right, next slide. All right, one more slide to go. And so, as I mentioned, future topics. So as we're getting this working draft out for review very soon and continuing engagement, I just wanted to again remind folks that we have other related topics under development for the flood plan, the flood system status report, and state plan of flood control descriptive document updates. That team just briefed the coordinating committee earlier this week. And so we'll be continuing to engage and develop those documents as well. I mentioned our water plan colleagues. So as they are progressing in their scoping effort and are looking to attend the coordinating committee and engage with us also as one of our major topics of alignment. And then the conservation strategy update. So as that team is working with the advisory committee, the board, and all of our partners, and we get closer to the next versions of the conservation strategy, we'll be ramping up engagement on that as well and bringing that back to the board. So with that, I'll pause for any more questions or comments. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mary. Any questions from the board?
Mr. President?
Yes. Okay.
Oh.
Go ahead, Jane.
Okay, Mary, one of your colleagues may not be brave enough to say this, but in the chat, he indicates that the yellow-billed cuckoo is already and has been listed. It's the yellow-breasted chat. We always have these challenges when the species have very similar names.
I appreciate that correction. I'm sorry I misspoke. Thank you, David and Board Member Dolan. Yes, yellow-breasted chat.
Yeah, I don't think you misspoke. And yeah, good for you. You know, sometimes making a presentation and you have to say, oh my goodness, I have to follow that act. So you did a great job. Thank you for always giving us comprehensive updates.
Thanks, Jane. Anybody else?
Can I make a quick comment, Bill?
Sure.
I just wanted to connect a couple of dots. I appreciated the earlier discussion and the roundtable that we had there in the middle. Mary had on one of her slides, there was a bullet about the FMA conference, and big surprise, there was a panel that Mary was the moderator for that I was on with Melanie from CVFPB and Melanie from SAFECA, Chris from CVFPB, and also John Kane from River Partners. And it was focused on implementation. And sadly, we never got to the discussion that I feel like you guys just had a few minutes ago. But that's what I expected, I think, which I take as a good sign, which is that there's a lot of interest in how this plays out. And it's always been that way. And I think there's a lot to chat about once we get a chance to look at this working draft, which I appreciate the opportunity to look and have an early comment on. And just for Mary's benefit, you know, I'm going to be looking for a couple of key things just to say them out loud. And I hinted at this in my presentation and my part of the panel 2 weeks ago. I think I said planning is hard and implementation is harder. And there's a lot of reasons that things have happened more slowly on the San Joaquin side. And I'm looking at what those reasons might be and examples where we've been successful and trying to find ways to elevate those issues in a way that is meaningful. So it'll help us incrementally push those things forward in this next iteration. And also having a standard. You know, there's a reason the urban areas have been working so diligently and spending so much money. They had a standard to meet. And all the comments about the rural areas, I agree with. And one of the things that strikes me is that there isn't a standard. We know people are at risk, and we know there's a lot of benefits to jumping in now, particularly on the environmental side, early, before we build homes behind levees. And so I really want to try to find a way to push that envelope also, so we can be specific about what the state needs, and that would hopefully then drive the resources to support the folks on the ground in those areas in the same way we've been able to do it with the people in the urban areas. So those are two things I'll be looking for when we get a chance to look at the draft. And I just wanted to say those on the front end now. And thanks, Mary, for the really detailed overview. Appreciate that.
Okay, anybody else? You see anybody, Leslie or Ryan?
I don't see anyone.
No, I don't see any either.
Okay, I've been requested to break for 30 minutes for lunch. So we'll do that and come back a little after 12:30. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Business, thank you for allowing us that break. We're on item 10A. And as I said earlier, this item is to consider approval of a permit to DWR for the Yolo Bypass Restoration and Fish Passage Project. Also, we know this is the Big Notch project. This is an action item by the board. There's also a protest letter of the proposed action, which I believe you all have from Brian Manning of the Desmond Law Firm, which we'll take up after the staff presentations and comments from the board. Ali Purba from the board staff will introduce this item, and Maninder Baha from DWR's Division of Integrated Science and Engineering will assist with the presentation. So Ali, would you mind going ahead, please?
Yes, good afternoon, President Edgar, members of the board. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
My name is Ali Porbaho with the staff of the board. Before starting the project, I would like to take the opportunity to thank those who publicly and privately provided comments regarding my departure from Central Valley Flood Protection Board. As mentioned earlier, today is my last day with the board. Starting next Monday, September 27th, I will join the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Sacramento District. Thank you all.
Congratulations, Ali. We're happy for you.
Item 10A of the agenda is an action item related to Yolo Bypass Salmonid Habitat Restoration and Fish Passage project, which nicknamed as Big Notch. This is the permit number 19523, and the requester is California Department of Water Resources. Next slide, please. So this is an action item, and we are requesting the board to consider adoption of a resolution number 2021-10. In this resolution, there are two items. One is related to the California Environmental Quality Act that was reviewed by the staff. We are asking the board to adopt the findings of those CEQA, and also conditionally approve permit number 19523 for this project. The picture in the bottom shows the location of the Sacramento River close to the Fremont Weir. Next slide, please. Where is the project? This map shows the Yolo Bypass at the center. The project is located, the Fremont Weir is at the northern end of the Yolo Bypass, located at the northwest of Sacramento. Next slide, please. This is the zoom-in version of the map showing the Fremont Weir wildlife area and the proposed spoil location on the east side of the proposed project. Next slide, please. This is the footprint of the project. It consists of several elements, including an intake channel from Sacramento River to the gated headworks in the north of that, and a control building structure on the Yolo Bypass East levee, a transport channel, downstream channel improvement from the Tully Pond, and improvement to the agricultural road crossings. Next slide, please. Now I would like to ask Mr. Mani Bahia, the project manager with Department of Water Resources, to present the overview of the project, and also with an emphasis on the operation of the gates the board member Joe Countryman in the last presentation that we had in May raised questions about the operation, and Manny will address those issues. Next
Thank you,
slide.
Ali, for the introduction and then all your support to date. Really appreciate that. Good afternoon, President Edgar, Vice President Dolan, and board members. I'm Manny Bahia. I'm the department's project manager for the Big Notch project, and today I'll be presenting on the project purpose, project background, and a summary of implementation. Next slide, please. The purpose of the project is to restore floodplain ring habitat and improve fish passage conditions in the Yolo Bypass for the long-term coordinated operations of the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project, specifically the 2019 NIMS biological opinion and the 2020 CVFPB incidental take permit. Next slide, please. And as Ali mentioned, the project is in the northern reach of the Yolo Bypass. The Yolo Bypass is a designated floodway and federal channel that receives excess water from the Sacramento River for flood protection purposes. It covers approximately 60,000 acres and is 40 miles long and is between 1 to 2 miles wide. The flow sources that come into the Yolo Bypass come from the Sacramento River, from Fremont Weir, and the Sacramento River. Additionally, there's 4 tributaries that enter the Yolo Bypass from the west side, and those are the Knights Landing Ridge Cut, Cache Creek, Willow Slough, and Pooter Creek. Additionally, agricultural runoff is a outflow of the Yolo Bypass as well. And then the southern end of the Yolo Bypass is tidally influenced. Next slide, please. The Fremont Weir is the northern boundary of the Yolo Bypass. It's approximately 2 miles long and is a fixed crest weir. It overtops 2 out of every 3 years and is designed to pass 343,000 CFS from the Sacramento River and the Sutter Bypass. The flow sources mentioned earlier and the tidal influence on the southern end misguide fish to enter the Yolo Bypass at its southern boundary. The Yolo Bypass levees and weirs disconnect the Sacramento River and fish from the historic Yolo Bypass. Next slide, please. In 2017, after board approval of permit 19160, DWR and Reclamation implemented the Fremont Weir Adult Fish Passage Modification Project. And the scope of this project was to improve fish passage conditions during and immediately after a flooding event at Fremont Weir. It had a very narrow scope, and it was just that, right? During flood events, we want to improve conditions for the fish that are drawn up by the flood flows. It was designed to have a peak flow of approximately 1,000 CFS to avoid prolonging flooding in the Yolo Bypass. Although it's been a very successful project at passing fish for those conditions, it falls short of resolving all of the fisheries issues that occur in the Yolo Bypass, and that's where the Big Notch project comes into the picture. Next slide, please. So again, the objective of the Big Notch project is to restore floodplain rearing habitat through increasing seasonal inundation, enhancing that connection to the Sacramento River for lower river conditions, and then reducing the migratory delays of salmon, steelhead, and sturgeon through modification of the Fremont Weir. Next slide. Project funding is going to be provided by the State Water Project and the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. Project implementation began in 2012. DWR and Bureau of Reclamation implemented an extensive stakeholder outreach process. 3 of the 6 alternatives considered in the CEQA and NEPA process were developed by stakeholders and NGOs. All of the alternatives considered in that document included floodplain operations ending March 15th to avoid impacts to rice growers. The alternative with the highest design flow demonstrated the most benefits but also had the most impacts to the environment and duck clubs. An NGO-led alternative of managed floodplains was considered and designed to utilize water control structures to avoid flooding in the southern bypass. However, modeling determined that this alternative provided less benefits and did not prevent flooding in the southern bypass. The selected alternative has a peak flow of 6,000 CFS, the least amount of environmental impacts, and meets the minimum requirements of the project. Next slide, please. So to reiterate the scope of the project, the scope includes excavating a channel from the Sacramento River to the Fremont Weir, where there will be a headwork structures constructed. The headwork structures will be approximately 100 feet wide and 18 feet deep. Adjacent to the headwork structure, there will be a control building with equipment to operate the gates. From the headwork structure, traveling south, there will be an excavated channel that we call the transport channel, and that'll connect to the Tule Pond. And also we'll be constructing a pedestrian bridge to span across the transport channel for recreation purposes. Next slide, please. Additionally, there will be a channel that will be excavated from the southern end of the Tule Pond to connect it to the Tule Canal. Additionally, there's a water delivery structure there that will be modified to an elevated flume for water supply from the bypass side to RD 1600. And then also there will be a vehicle bridge there for O&M access. Next slide, please. So the Big Notch project will operate between November 1st and March 15th. The Sacramento River will gravity flow into the Yolo bypass when the project is operating. There will be 3 pneumatic gates that will be programmed to use the river stage to control inflows. The peak flow of the project is approximately 6,000 CFS and occurs at higher river stages when the Fremont Weir is just about to overtop. Next slide. DWR and Bureau of Reclamation are mandated to operate the project. DWR will operate the project in consultation with NIMS and CDFW. We will use a SCADA system to automate gate operations, override operations, and receive alert notification. Next slide. So once constructed, the Big Notch project and the existing fish passage structure will be complementary. The Big Notch is larger in size and has deeper invert elevation than the existing fish passage structure, and that's done intentionally. We need to allow more than 1,000 CFS to enter the Yolo bypass, so water will flow out of the local channels in the Yolo bypass and create that floodplain habitat. And then additionally, that the more flow we bring in, the more fish we will bring into the Yolo bypass that will reap the benefits of that floodplain. And then also the flows that come in through this structure will provide a means for adult fish to re-enter the Sacramento River for a broader period than the existing structure. The existing fish passage structure will remain essential once the Big Notch is operational. It will continue to provide adult fish passage during flooding events. After March 15th, the existing fish passage structure will be the only reliable way to pass fish during flooding conditions. And then I will also note that this project is being implemented for the State Water Project compliance and Central Valley Project compliance. However, it is a key tenet of the governor's water resiliency portfolio and aligns very well to other CNRA family agencies' mission statement. Over 2 decades of scientific studies have determined that reestablishing a connection between the Sacramento River and the historic Yolo bypass floodplains is essential for having any chance at recovering these fish species. So DWR is very excited to get this milestone and move forward with the project. Thank you. Now I'll pass it back to Ali.
Thank you, Manny.
Thank you, Manny, for your true presentation. Is there any, shall I pause here to see if there are any questions regarding the operation of the gates or other questions?
I think that would be good. Ali. Let me just open it up to questions from the board at this point. Are there questions from the board?
Can I ask one, Bill?
Yes, please.
I don't know that it was flagged in the presentation, but could you go into a little more detail about the easements that are also part of the project? And in particular, I'm thinking about just trying to get a better grasp on how they relate to the easements the state already holds for flood flows. So if you could provide a lens on that front, that would be really helpful for me.
Yeah, thank you, Board Member Ramirez. For that response, I'd like to ask Rachel Taylor of DWR to field that question.
Sounds good. Good afternoon, President Edgar and Vice President Dolan and board members. I'm Rachel Taylor. I'm the attorney with DWR working on the real estate acquisition. 2 points about the existing flood easements that are in the bypass. Because those easements are held by SSJDD and are for flood and reclamation purposes, and we can only use easements for the purposes where they've been granted, DWR determined that we needed to acquire additional easements in order to have the purpose of fish passage and to make sure that we compensate the landowners appropriately for that. And then how they interact with the flood easements, they don't modify or change the existing flood easements in any way. And the flood easements are what's known as prior in time and have prior rights. So they will remain superior to the fish passage easements. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, it does. That's very helpful. And I know that there's probably a lot of discussion that happened that we've not been a part of necessarily, but and maybe at this point it's moot. But was there ever a discussion about rather than have a second series of easements modifying the existing, or was that determined to not be as efficient or viable for some reason? I'm just curious.
We did look at that to see if we could do it, and part of the issue runs into the fact that those easements, the flowage easements, are held by the Sacramento and San Joaquin Drainage District under your authorities to hold flood easements, and these are easements required for the State Water Project under DWR. And so partly because they're different state entities, it was determined that it would be better to do different easements for different rights.
So who's actually going to hold the easement, the new easements? DWR?
Yeah, DWR.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that insight.
Anybody else?
I have a couple of questions. How extensive have you determined what flowage easements are needed for this project? And if so, how many acres and where are they located?
Yeah. Good afternoon, board member Countryman. I'll go ahead and get that started, and then may ask Rachel to fill in anything I've left out. So we've done an extensive amount of 2D modeling that determined the increased inundation footprint within the Yolo bypass. The boundary of that inundation was overlaid with Yolo County parcel information, and at the southern end, slightly Solano County. And wherever that boundary crossed a parcel, those parcels were incorporated into our real estate process, and extensive outreach for that effort has begun. And that's how it was established. So anywhere there was an increase of more than 1 day of impacts based on the modeling, we've established a footprint of parcels to incorporate into the process.
Okay. So we just don't have to have a map of that right now. You're just saying that that's what you've done and you have calculated that and you're working on acquiring the easements. Is that right?
That is correct. The previous presentations did include maps that were shared, and so they are part of the record. And but yes, we have those maps.
Okay. Secondly, the adult passage existing facility out there. Does the water go over and enter the new channel that's being constructed? Will it share that? You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. So when the existing adult fish passage structure was constructed, its alignment was chosen to replace the structure that CVFPB had built in the 60s.
Yes.
And it just happens that that alignment aligns with prominent scour channels in the Yellow Bypass that connect to the Tule Pond. So the Tule Pond is the connection point where the proposed channels and the existing structure kind of all meet, are the scour channels of the alignment of the adult fish passage structure meet.
And did we acquire easements, or did the state acquire easements for the adult passage structure?
We did not, and that was done by intention. So we had capped the inflows to 1,000 CFS. We used 2D hydraulic models to demonstrate that there'd be no significant increase in flooding, and that was kind of the support or rationale for not requiring new easement rights.
That makes sense. And as to the operation of the gates, you're using inflatable gates there, is that right?
That is correct. The existing structure uses the same gate type. The existing Wallace Weir at Knights Landing Ridge Cuts uses a similar gate type, and there's 2 structures in the Sutter Bypass that are also using this type of gate. And the planned Tisdale Weir fish passage structure is also using this gate type. So for synergy and O&M practices, it seemed like a good fit. And that's the type of gate we're using here.
And what is the theory behind the operation of the gate? In other words, what I'm trying to understand is, I guess the gates would stay closed most of the time, and then you would lower them, or what's the theory behind the operation of the gates?
So November 1st through March 15th is the operational period, and that aligns with out-migrating juvenile fish. So historically and currently, those fish are flowing downstream of the Fremont Weir and do not have access to floodplains. So within that operational period, we want the gates to be open so that water and those fish can enter the Yellow Bypass and create that habitat and allow the fish to grow and increase their survival.
Okay. So essentially, come November, the gates open and stays open till March 15th. Is that how it operates?
Essentially, in a nutshell, that is correct. There's some nuances where we don't open the structure or open the gates until a river stage of 15 is achieved. And that might be 15 and a half. I'd have to go back and confirm. That's because the flow that comes into the Yellow Bypass also cues fish within the Yellow Bypass to travel north. And if we're not going to have a substantial amount of flooding occur, we don't want to guide the fish to that structure when they cannot pass. So there's a bit nuance in there, but you've summarized it well.
That makes sense. So the key would be what the stage is in the Sacramento River if the gates are opened or closed, and it would be from November through March 15th. Is that how it works?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else from the board? Okay, let's open it up to the public, and the first person we'd like to hear from is Brian Manning from the Desmond Law Firm, who submitted essentially a protest letter on this matter to the board.
President Edgar, this is Ali Porwa. The presentation is not complete. The staff presentation is not complete. We just.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ali. Go ahead, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
President Edgar. Thank you. Next slide, please. The board has the authority to take this action based on the California Water Code, California Code of Regulation, Title 23, Division 1, and Rivers and Harbors Act of 1899, Title 33, United States Code, Section 408. The related sections of the code are on the screen. Next slide, please. In terms of hydraulic analysis, 3 separate hydraulic models were used to assess potential hydraulic changes to the state plan of flood control system. The current condition model, the future condition model, which includes the climate change, and the cumulative impact model, which includes other additions to be made to the Yolo bypass, including the lower Elkhorn Basin levee setback, the Sacramento Weir, and the bypass widening with anticipated future condition with the consideration of sea level rise. Comparison of the maximum water surface profiles between the baseline and with the project scenarios shows that the project has a negligible hydraulic impact, less than 1/10 of a foot, on conveying peak flows for all 3 models. Next slide, please. Geotechnical analysis performed for this project in terms of stability analysis and seepage, and also in terms of evaluation of the previous levee performance. Based on the analysis, no anticipated adverse geotechnical impacts is expected, and no variance to the Title 23 standards are requested. Next slide, please. We received endorsement from the Flood Maintenance Office, the DWR, and they signed the permit application without any condition. We are expected to receive the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. We have not received the letter of permission yet, but we expect to receive it soon. Next slide, please. The staff reviewed the CEQA and performed analysis. And for information regarding the CEQA analysis, please refer to the staff report, section 8.0. Next slide, please. One back, please. In terms of consideration for Water Code 8610.5, staff has prepared this California Water Code section consideration. It is included in the staff's analysis. Please refer to section 9 of the staff report. Next slide, please. This is my last slide. This is what the staff recommends, and I read it word by word to be for the record. Staff recommends that the board adopt resolution 2021-10 in substantially the form provided in attachment A of the staff report. Through adoption of the resolution, the board adopts the CEQA findings. The board, acting as a responsible agency under CEQA, has independently reviewed and considered the environmental documents prepared for the project. Number 2, requesting that the board conditionally approve encroachment permit number 19523 in substantially the form provided in attachment B of the staff report. And finally, we're asking the board to direct the executive officer to take the necessary actions to execute the permit and file a notice of determination pursuant to CEQA with the state clearinghouse. I would like to draw to attention to 2 issues. One, I would like to note that a concern came to our attention yesterday regarding noticing of adjacent landowners. The adjacent landowner notification letters were prepared and provided to board's admin staff on August 21st, 2020 to be mailed in accordance with the California Code of Regulation Title 23. Also, yesterday we received the update from our partners in U.S. Army Corps of Engineers regarding the availability of letter of permission from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. As we learned yesterday, the letter is currently in routing for signature. The target date is October 8th, just 2 weeks from now. Staff, after receiving the letter of permission from the Corps, will add this to the permit, will issue the permit if the board desire to consider to approve the permit. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ali. Now, questions from the board at this point. Any questions from the board?
I have a question.
Okay, Joe.
During the presentation, it was mentioned that a SCADA system would be monitoring the conditions and would control the gates. Who's monitoring this SCADA system, and where are they located and so forth? What's the information on that?
Good question, Board Member Countryman. So as mentioned earlier, there's many fishery structures going online that the department will be responsible for. Tisdale Weir, Adult Fish Passage Structure, and Wallace Weir. We are working in close coordination with our Division of Flood Management to establish a SCADA outfit within the SAC maintenance yard. At that location, staff from the Division of Integrated Science and Engineering will monitor and respond to alerts. We will consult with the flood management team when they're available to troubleshoot and respond to things.
So this is primarily a fish facility, right?
Correct.
And Division of Flood Management is going to operate it?
Yeah, no, there'll be the location where the SCADA system will be housed, but DICE, the Division of Integrated Science and Engineering, will be lead on operating it and monitoring it.
Well, that's good. That was my concern. Thank you. That helps a lot.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, at this point, we'll open it up to public comment, and we have a letter that the board already received from Brian Manning from the Desmond firm, essentially protesting this project. So at this point, I'll have Brian make his presentation if he cares to.
Mr. President, if I may, if Mr. Manning is not on the line, he had indicated yesterday that perhaps he wouldn't be able to make the meeting, but he did want you to acknowledge and note that he had sent that letter and that the board received it for the record.
Okay, we have received this letter. It's part of the record. It's dated September 23rd, 2021, and it's signed by Brian Manning of the Desmond, Nolan, Lavecchi, and Cunningham law firm in Sacramento. Okay, now I'll open it to questions from the public. Leslie, could you please give me 2 or 3 names, and I'll call them in order?
I don't have a list of names, Mr. President. I might check with Ryan and see if he does.
Okay, Ryan, do you have anybody wanting to speak?
I don't, but there is a question in the chat from Jeremy Thomas. So,
Mr. Thomas, do you want to address the board?
Yes, thank you, President Edgar. I just had a question for Manny relating to the Big Notch project that he just described, and I appreciate the summary and discussion surrounding this. It's kind of a technical question, but something that I've been thinking about for a while, and I think could really influence the way that the Big Notch project really change kind of some of the fundamental processes that could occur throughout the Yolo bypass. And it really is just, has there been consideration of the additional water and sediment input into the Yolo bypass and how that will affect the geomorphology of the Tule Canal, the form and function of that over the long term through the bypass?
Thank you, Jeremy. I'd like to refer that to Manny or one of the people from DWR.
Manny, before you answer that, Mr. Thomas, could you just please state your name for the record?
Yeah, I'm Jeremy Thomas with Jacobs.
Thanks so much.
Thank you for the question, Jeremy. So yes, we did evaluate the potential of increasing sedimentation in the Yolo bypass as part of our environmental document. And then we submitted a sediment analysis in the board application that the Corps and the board both reviewed. The finding is that there will be an increase in sedimentation in the proposed channels. However, downstream of that, there will be no increase in sedimentation. And we've included a mitigation measure of increasing the frequency of sediment removal in the proposed channels. It'll occur once every 5 years. Historically, sediment is removed in the bypass 1 out of every 10 years. So there was some analysis on this, and it's documented in our permit application.
Great.
Thank you, Manny. Are there any other questions, Ryan or Leslie?
I don't see any questions at this time.
Okay.
Nor do I, Mr. President.
Okay, Andrea, you're online. You've done the environmental analysis for this, and if the board chooses to approve this permit, it's your determination or your finding that this will not affect the flood flows. Is that correct?
That's correct, President Edgar. We performed our responsible agency findings and also reviewed any claims and litigation related to this project and made the determination that they're not material to the board's jurisdiction as it relates to flood risk, and that it doesn't preclude the board from taking an action on the encroachment permit.
Okay, thanks, Andrea. Okay, the matters before let's see. Are there one final call? Is there anybody from the audience that wants to address the board on this matter? Okay, I'll bring this back to the board for discussion and decision. Questions, and I'll accept the motion and a second from the board on this matter.
I think it's a fine project. I don't see any engineering technical problems with it, and I'd be willing to make a motion to adopt the resolution.
Thank you, Joe. Is there a second to that?
Hey, Bill, can I second, but with a comment?
Yeah, Tim.
I think the benefits are clear, and I appreciate the ingenuity in every way. People are trying to modify things in a 21st century way that were built a very long time ago. It just feels like there's a little bit of room or space that I wish we had had years ago to think about the operational component. Things always work out in a way that we don't anticipate. And this feels like we're making the Yolo bypass a very complicated place increasingly as time goes by. And the state has a lot of different fingers in this. And I can't help but think that there's a way for us to try to better orchestrate that somehow. We tend to talk about working together on the front end, and we do, I think, quite a bit of that. But this discussion felt like very much, in an appropriate way, a delineation of roles, but a lot of different people from the state doing different things in the same footprint. And I'm hoping that we don't trip over each other in 10, 15 years. So the note really is just to think about how we could better do that over time so we can be more efficient if it's possible. There's a lot of, we're trying to also do things engineering wise, like Joe said, he has some really good questions, but institutionally, we're also very old. And we're stuck with that. We can't change that very quickly, but maybe there's a reason to as time goes by. I don't know. That said, I'll second it.
Thank you, Tim. Okay, we have a motion and a second to adopt the staff resolution number 2021-10 as attachment A in your staff report. Call the roll, please.
Board Member Griego,
Yes.
Board Member Johnson,
Aye.
Board Member Ramirez,
Aye.
Board Member Valines,
Aye.
Board Member Countryman,
Yes.
Vice President Dolan,
Yes.
President Edgar.
Yes, unanimous decision by the board on resolution 2021-10. Thank you, board members. Okay, we're on item 10B. This is the Mid-Valley Area Phase 3 Levee Reconstruction Project, Yolo County Service Area number 6. This is the statement of no objection, and the board is asked to consider approval of a statement of no objection to be issued by the Corps of Engineers to proceed with the 408 evaluation. This is an action item by the board, and Mike Salezzo of the board staff has this report. Mike?
Thanks, President Edgar, Vice President Dolan, members of the board. My name is Mike Salazzo. I am a senior engineer in the board's plan implementation and compliance branch. I'm happy to present the staff's recommendation to issue the statement of no objection to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for the Mid-Valley Phase 3 Levee Reconstruction Project at Sites 9 and 10. As it is under the USACE Section 408 program. Yolo County Service Area number 6 is the local sponsor for this project. And it is requesting that the board issue a statement to initiate the Army Corps' review of the project. Next slide. Thanks. I'll begin today's presentation with an overview of the request, then move on to the specifics of the project, including a brief discussion of the milestones in the Section 408 program, and then wrap it up with the staff's recommendation. Okay, so the overview focuses on key pieces of information related to today's request. The requested action is for the board to submit a statement of no objection to the Army Corps to initiate its review under 33 USC 408, Section 408, which governs the request to alter any USACE federally authorized civil works project. The project is located about 2 miles southeast of Knights Landing in Yolo County, and it's going to be in the northeast corner of Yolo County at 2 sites, sites 9 and 10, along the right west bank of the Sacramento River, upstream of the Fremont Weir. The reconstruction work consists of installing a new 20-foot deep slurry cutoff well to soil bentonite mix with a clay cap about 1,000 to 1,100 feet in length. at each site, regrading the levee crown and slope to match the current design criteria, seeding for erosion control, and construction of a patrol road on the crown. And then finally, staff is going to recommend that the board delegate the executive officer to sign and send the statement of no objection to the Army Corps as the initial step in reviewing the project. The board would consider final approval or consider approval after the Corps issues its final decision on the 408 permission. Okay, so we'll take a moment to describe briefly the major activities involved in obtaining permission through the Army Corps Section 408 program. There are a lot of steps I'm going to gloss over, but I just want to show you a brief snapshot of what it takes to complete the project and to show where the board's action is within the statement of no objection framework. So generally, permission through the 408 program allows an entity to alter the authorized project so long as the work doesn't harm the public interest or the usefulness of the federal project. The statement of no objection notifies the Corps that the board is aware of the project and supports the USACE initiating the evaluation of the request. So then the board staff compiles all the required documents, including design and environmental, for the review, and then transmits them to the Corps, which then reviews and coordinates with the board staff in issuing its final decision. And if you move down to the bottom left, you see the board then considers a permit to be issued to the applicant to construct the project along with any CEQA findings and a resolution. Once construction is complete, the board would provide as-built drawings and information to update the O&M or the operation and maintenance manual within 180 days. Next slide. Okay, so the next two slides show the location of the reconstruction project. The map on the left shows the state federal project levee system with the vicinity of the project bounded in blue, and shown on the right. Sites 9 and 10 are indicated by the two blue dots on the Sacramento River downstream of Knights Landing, adjacent to each other. Next slide. We'll give you a closer look at sites 9 and 10, shown in green, the figure on the right, with Sacramento River to the right, and the Yolo County Road 116B bounded to it on the left. Next slide. So the authority for this project, so to go a little bit about the background, the authority of the project is from a conference report accompanying the Energy and Water Development Act of 1987, following the Army Corps' evaluation of the Sacramento River flood control system after the winter 1986 flood event. The Corps approved the design memo for this project in August of 96, at which time the design included a landside seepage berm and a tow drain to address seepage observed during the 86 flood event. There was an agreement, a project cooperation agreement with the Corps and the board. It was signed in April of 2000, and there was a subsequent local agreement with Yolo County, CSA 6. It was also signed in 2000. So you see a picture there kind of shows the through seepage can occur over normal flow events or even flooding events. So that's kind of what we're trying to address here. Next slide. So then after the 97, 98 flood events, the original design was no longer deemed to be effective for controlling seepage and was reevaluated in 2012 to include a shallow cutoff wall. And that project has not yet been constructed because the Army Corps wanted to evaluate the economic viability and the continued federal interest in the project. Yolo County then received funding under the state's Small Communities Flood Risk Reduction Program to complete a feasibility study of the project and received additional money to finally construct the project. So one to note is in 2000, the 2000 cooperation agreement signed with between the Corps and the board did not include any part that allows for construction work to be completed in kind by the non-federal sponsor. So Yolo County investigated pursuing permission under Section 204 of the Water Resources Development Act, which would require notification of Congress, a separate agreement, additional project reviews, but decided to request permission under the Section 408, and that's why, because that's why we're here addressing this request, and because the project was originally designed by the Corps. So let's go on to the next slide. So Yolo County is at the 90% design stage, and the figure at the bottom shows a typical cross section at each of the sites for the levee reconstruction work. You'll see this shallow slurry cutoff wall. It's about 20 feet deep with a 5-foot clay cap. There will be a working platform, which is just up under the hatched graded area, which will extend through the width of the levee. The top of the levee is then being reconstructed to the 1957 design water surface elevation, plus allowances for freeboard and the patrol road, putting the crest at about 46 feet, which is a change from the original design that just proposed constructing the top back to the existing elevation, and that elevation varied along the length of the sites. So the slope, which also varied along the project sites, is going to be reconstructed to make the minimum slopes of 3-to-1 water side and 2-to-1 land side with erosion control seeding with new native grasses for mitigation for grasslands. And then Yolo County is building off of the original environmental assessment initial study mitigated negative declaration that was approved in 2013 to incorporate the latest design. They will initiate permit applications with local, state, and federal agencies for Clean Water Act permits, and has initiated Assembly Bill 52 for tribal consultation. Consultations under that. Next slide. So that was going to wrap up the presentation. This time, I just want to offer the board staff's recommendation to approve the draft statement of no objection in the form provided, and to delegate the executive officer to sign and send the letter to the Army Corps of Engineers. And at this time, I can pause and end the presentation and take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mike. Members, are there any questions from the board? Okay, any questions from the public?
I don't have anything or see any hands at the moment, Mr. President.
Thank you. Do you see any, Ryan?
No, nothing on my end.
Okay. Would you call the roll, please? Let's see. Could I have a motion in a second, please?
Make a motion for the recommended action.
Thank you.
This is Dolan, I'll second.
Thank you, Mary Jane. Thank you, Jane. Ryan, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Grego?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Aye.
Board Member Ramirez?
Aye.
Board Member Valines? Board Member Countryman?
Yes.
Vice President Dolan?
Yes.
President Edgar?
Yes. I saw Mike with his thumbs up, so I'm assuming that's a yes. He doesn't have any voice at this point. Okay, thank you. That was a unanimous decision by the board for 10B. We're on 10C, American River Watershed Common Features Project. This is contract number 3. You'll recall last month we actually issued construction contract for contract 2. This is an informational report on the next contract, and we'll call on Jennifer Callis and Kyle Bickler and Kayla Schuster from DWR. Jennifer.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board President Edgar and members of the board. My name is Jennifer Callis, and I am Board Environmental Staff. I'm here to introduce Kyle Bickler and Kalia Schuster, DWR Flood Projects branch staff, who have been working on behalf of the board and in coordination with the board on the American River Watershed Common Features Water Resources Development Act of 2016, Sacramento River East Levee Contract 3 project, referred to as Sorrel C3 project. Kyle will be providing a brief overview of the overall American River Watershed Common Features project, as well as a brief description of the Sorrel C3 component, and Kalia will be providing an update on the supplemental environmental impact report, environmental assessment prepared for the project, and for which the board is the CEQA lead. And with that, I invite Kyle and Kalia to begin their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Good afternoon, President Edgar, Vice President Dolan, and members of the board. My name is Kyle Bickler, the Department of Water Resources Flood Projects branch, working in coordination with board staff on the American River Common Features 2016 project, also known as ARCF 2016. I'm here today with Kalia Schuster to provide a briefing for the Sacramento River East Levee Contract 3 of the ARCF 2016 project. Next slide, please. As we've done in the past, we'll provide an overview of ARCF 2016, followed by a project status update for the Sacramento River East Levee Contract 3 that will construct 10,580 feet of cutoff walls in the pocket area of Sacramento. We'll provide an overview of the supplemental EIR, EA, and the next steps for compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act. Next slide. As you know, the Army Corps Sacramento District is leading the design and construction efforts for ARCF 2016. Multiple agencies and consultants are supporting project design and the delivery of various construction contracts. The non-federal partners support the project by providing cost share payments, work-in-kind support, and the lands, easements, rights of way, relocations, and the disposals, also known as LERDs. Next slide. The ARCF 2016 project reduces flood risk to the greater Sacramento area. There are 4 primary project areas: the Sacramento River East Levee Improvements, the Lower American River Levee Improvements, the Sacramento Weir and Bypass, the North Area Streams Levee Improvements. The location of Contract 3 is shown by the arrow pointing to the pocket area. The blue and red heat map shows what the flood depths would be if Sacramento area levees were not able to provide flood protection. The orange areas would be over 13 feet deep and the blue areas would be less than 13 feet deep. Next slide. This slide shows the progression of the American River Watershed Common Features project beginning in 1996 and 1999, followed by reevaluation and the latest authorized project as defined by the Water Resources Development Act of 2016. As shown in the columns on the right, there has been and will continue to be board interaction at every stage of the project. All project construction contracts are expected to complete by the end of 2025, and overall ARCF 2016 project closeout should complete by 2035. Next slide. This slide shows the typical full cycle process for an Army Corps project. It can take as long as 40 years to complete the roughly 16 stages of progress from the letter of intent to project completion. As a reminder, the Merced and RD-17 projects are at the letter of intent stage. The Woodland project recently received the Chief's report, and ARCF 2016 and the other listed projects are in various phases of construction or will begin construction soon. Next slide. The ARCF 2016 plan features include construction of cutoff walls, bank protection, levee stabilization, levee raises, widening of the Sacramento Weir and Bypass, environmental and shaded riverine habitat. The project reduces flood risk for 500,000 people and 125,000 structures, which equates to $62 billion in assets under protection. Next slide. As shared during previous presentations, the ARCF 2016 project is divided into approximately 13 sub-projects with separate design schedules, CEQA approvals, and construction contracts. There are 3 completed sub-projects to date. There is 1 sub-project currently in construction, and 5 sub-projects will begin phases of construction next year. There are currently 4 sub-projects in the earlier phases of design. Those projects would likely go to construction between 2023 and 2026, or will complete construction in that time period. And next slide, please. The Sacramento River levee improvements are divided into 4 contract areas. Contract 1, shown primarily in green, completed construction in 2020. Contract 2, shown in yellow, is currently in construction and will complete this year before the beginning of the flood season, November 1. This project, Contract 3, is shown in red along the pocket area and will start construction this spring, 2022. And Contract 4, shown in dark red, is currently in design and will go to construction in the spring of 2023. And next slide. To reduce seepage along the pocket area levees, Contract 3 will construct 10,580 feet of levee cutoff walls between 74 feet and 139 feet deep along the existing levee. Cutoff walls are constructed by using different methods depending on site-specific conditions. The methods chosen for this project include conventional soil bentonite, slag cement bentonite, and jet ground. For this project, cutoff walls will be constructed with a trench at the center line of the levee. A working platform will be established adjacent to the trench by partially degrading the top of the levee to provide adequate working width. Soil excavated will be hauled to a nearby area for mixing with cement or bentonite and reintroduction into the trench. At the conclusion of cutoff wall construction, the levee crown will be rebuilt to the design height. And now I'll pass the presentation to Kalia Schuster to cover CEQA. Thank you.
Sacramento River levee contract. Working in coordination with the board, United States Army Corps of Engineers on many components.
Oops.
Haley, could you get closer to the microphone, please?
Oh, okay. Sorry, give me one. Just curious, is that any better?
Yes, a lot better. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you. Apologies for that. Okay. I've been working in coordination with the board and the United States Army Corps on many components of the American River Watershed Common Features 2016 project. So first, I'll go ahead and give an overview of this project as a whole, which includes the General Reevaluation Report, Final EIS-EIR document, which was certified as a programmatic document in 2016 with the mutual understanding that additional CEQA documentation would be needed prior to construction. The document certified included the following suggested levee rehabilitation work, which includes Sacramento River seepage and stability improvements, American and Sacramento Rivers erosion improvements, the Sacramento Weir and bypass widening component, and the North Area Streams levee improvements. Next slide, please. So today I will provide an overview and go into detail on what is included in the Sacramento River East Levee Contract 3, or SREL-C3 project that will reduce seepage and improve stability to the levee. Next slide, please. This slide features the Sacramento River East Levee Contract 3 project location, which includes 10,580 cumulative feet of cutoff wall just from the north of Cruz Way and Surfside Way to approximately Pocket Canal Parkway. The purpose of the project is to address seepage and stability concerns. Construction is anticipated to begin in 2022 and is expected to take a single construction season to complete. Next slide, please. DWR, in coordination with the board and USAIDS, have provided a draft supplemental EIR-EA to analyze the SREL-C3 project. The document analyzes construction of the cutoff wall along the east side of the Sacramento River on the levee. The document provides avoidance, minimization, and mitigation measures to reduce many impacts to less than significant, but there are still significant and unavoidable impacts associated with the project. It is important to note that the impacts are consistent with what was described in the 2016 ARCF GRR EIS-EIR. Next slide, please. The potentially significant and unavoidable impacts of the Sacramento River East Levee Contract 3 project include visual resources, which would be short-term due to the presence of construction equipment obstructing scenic vistas, as well as staging and work adjacent to residential backyards, vegetation and wildlife, which includes trimming of trees that will have a temporary visual effect, and any trees removed due to the project will be mitigated off-site. Recreational impacts, there will be short-term facility closures and impacts to recreational experiences. Transportation, there will be a short-term increase of local traffic on the streets. And cultural resources. Known cultural resources will have adverse impacts resulting from the project, which will be reduced by implementing the CR1 mitigation measure in the document, as well as any additional measures specified in the historic properties treatment plan, and include coordination with tribes, but the effect will remain significant and unavoidable. Next slide, please. The Sacramento River East Levee Supplemental Environmental Impact Report Environmental Assessment was published on June 18th of this year, with a release of notice availability on the same day, and was circulated for 45 days until August 1st as per CEQA requirements, along with a publication in the SACB. A virtual public meeting was held on July 14th over a core hosted WebEx link where comments and questions could be heard and answered from the public regarding the project. Comments were received from 10 sources, including public citizens, private, local, and state agencies, and most comments pertain to vibration impacts, which have since been addressed. All comments will receive consideration and responses in the final supplemental document. Next slide, please. So we have a very aggressive timeline for moving the project forward. We are currently working on these 3 documents listed to fulfill CEQA requirements, which include findings, which will describe the significant and unavoidable impacts the project will have on environmental resources, a statement of overriding considerations, which will describe why the benefits of the project outweigh any significant and unavoidable impacts the project will have on environmental resources, as well as preparing a mitigation and monitoring reporting program document, which will summarize all mitigation measures associated with the project, who is responsible for implementing those measures, and it will serve as a tool for us to track how those measures are being implemented. Next slide, please. We are working to prepare the final document, so we will ask for approval of the resolution to certify the final document, adopt the statement of findings, adopt the statement of overriding considerations, adopt the mitigation and monitoring reporting program, ultimately approve the Sacramento River East Levee Contract 3 project, and we're working on bringing this final document to the board next month for consent. And with that, Kyle and I will take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kalia. Okay, questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, are there any questions from the public on this item?
I don't see any hands raised, President
Okay.
Edgar.
Here, Mr. President.
Okay, this is an informational item, so we'll move now to item D, Regional Flood Management Update Report. And this is our normal report regarding the regional flood planning and implementation efforts. And this month we have the Lower Sacramento Delta North RFMP. This is an informational report. And Ruth Darling will start off the presentation. Greg Fabian of West Sacramento, and well-known person, Gary Bardini from Safeco, will be helping with the presentation. So Ruth, please.
Thank you, President Edgar. Good afternoon, board members and Executive Officer Gallagher. As you're aware, this is our monthly regional flood management plan update. So this will actually be the last update. There's been 5 so far, and this concludes with our 6. I think it's pretty timely given the big notch presentation today that Lower Sacramento Delta North will be providing us with an update on their RFMP planning activities, including their accomplishments, their planning efforts, and their projects completed, and their path forward. So with that, I just want to thank Greg and Gary for being here today and providing us with an update, and I'll turn it over to Greg.
Thank you, Ruth. Greg Fabian, West Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency. President Edgar, members of the board, it's a pleasure to be here. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes. Good afternoon, Greg.
Good afternoon. So hopefully we've saved the best for last. Today's, next slide, please. Today we're going to focus on, actually, one more slide again. I'll provide an overview of the Lower Sacramento Delta North Regional Flood Management Program, including governance, our goals, and we'll talk about the Yolo Bypass Cass Slough Partnership. And then I'll continue on with accomplishments for our region over the past 5 years. At that point, I'll hand it over to Gary Bardini, and he'll discuss opportunities to be included in the 2022 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update, as well as challenges that we may face to address implementation. Next slide, please. As folks may know, the Lower Sacramento Delta North region includes portions of Solano, Yolo, Sacramento, and Cedar counties along the Sacramento River, its tributaries, the Sacramento and Yolo bypasses, and extends essentially from the Knights Landing levee basin south to essentially the confluence of the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers. The current active agencies in our region are Yolo County, Solano County Water Agency, Reclamation District 2068, the Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency, the West Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency, as well as DWR. We've recently added the Knights Landing Drainage District and RD 1600 and Flood Board staff. Our region contains the largest concentration of developed lands protected by the State Plan of Flood Control Facilities and accounts for the largest share of the flood system's exposure to property damage and loss of life in the event of a catastrophic flooding. So accordingly, the principal objective of our regional program is to reduce flood risk in accordance with the standards set forth in the Flood Protection Plan, where we're seeking a minimum of 200-year level of flood protection in the urban areas, 100-year flood protection where feasible in the small communities, and then managing to meet PL 8499 criteria in the non-urban areas. This program links these regional flood risk reduction efforts to the system-wide improvements contained in the Flood Protection Plan and the 2017 update. Particularly focuses on expansion of the Sacramento and Yolo bypass systems. And this linkage anticipates that flood risk reduction projects undertaken in the bypass systems will also serve to advance fish and wildlife habitat efforts and also contribute to the sustainability of the region's agricultural economy as well as water supply reliability. And the regional agencies formalized this commitment by executing a memorandum of agreement in 2018 to ensure that we communicate and advocate on these and reach regional consensus regarding these various multi-objective water resource and land use studies and projects. Hopefully to be able to communicate with a single unified voice to the state and federal agencies involved in the Yolo Bypass Cass Slough Partnership and related efforts in the region. So the goals for the region, I could back up one slide, please. So these are kind of co-equal goals. We have obviously the main goal of flood risk reduction, but with all these multi-benefit projects, we're looking at multi-benefit system improvements to incorporate climate change, resilience, ecological uplift where feasible, while maintaining agricultural sustainability, water supply and water quality reliability, and also trying to implement recreational opportunities, again, where feasible. And then we also are trying to improve flood management governance in the region by aligning the various interests and then also strengthening those partnerships, again, to speak with a unified voice in moving projects forward. Next slide, please. So the Yolo Bypass Cass Slough Partnership, why did this partnership form? It essentially formed from a convergence of three efforts that were coincident within the Yolo Bypass primarily. and the Cashew Complex. We had the 2008 and 9 biological opinions focusing on enhanced habitat in the bypass. We had the adoption of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan back in 2012, looking at expansion of the bypass systems for resiliency. And then we started on the Regional Flood Management Plan originally in 2014, compilation where we also had a compilation of projects within our region. And in 2015, the region developed the corridor management framework, whereby the various priorities in the region could be consolidated into one guiding document that looked for the co-equal goals of floodplain management, ecosystem restoration, agricultural sustainability, and water reliability and recreation. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to go over some of the our project implementation and accomplishments over the past years. Next slide. So the original RFMP from 2014 had a project portfolio, about 145 projects totaling about $4.75 billion. To date, we've completed about 27 projects totaling about $1.5 billion. And there's another $2.5 billion of projects in progress. About 18 or so projects have either been eliminated or combined with other efforts. And then we have about half a billion in projects that have not started yet. As part of the 2022 update, there's an additional 137 projects at just shy of $2.5 billion, including 32 studies, 9 projects for environmental permitting and or design, again, about $500 million, and then 72 construction projects, including levee repairs from the 2017 and 2019 storm events. Total portfolio that would be included with the 2022 update approaches $5 billion. Next slide, please. So now I want to talk about some of the system improvements that we've accomplished over the past 5 or so years. And just note that most, if not all, of these projects in one way or another incorporated future climate change as part of their consideration. So we've completed the Folsom Dam Joint Federal Project, including adopting the new water control manual for flood operations, also advancing construction of the Folsom Dam raise, completed levee improvements along the American River as part of the early common features projects, completed a substantial portion of the Natomas Levee Improvement Project and additional funding and authorization to complete the remainder of that project. Common Features 2016 received federal authorization and funding to construct projects along the American River and Sacramento River. You've seen a lot of that earlier today. And that project, I think importantly from a regional aspect, includes the widening of the Sacramento Rear and bypass. As you also know, the initiation of construction of the Lower Elkhorn Basin Levee Setback Project, which includes enhanced flood conveyance capacity, habitat enhancements, and ag sustainability. On the Wasafka side of the river, we completed the Southport Setback Levee Project in West Sacramento, which includes additional habitat and floodplain restoration components. That project has also completed design of the next increment of the federal project and is anticipating new start construction and funding to construct those improvements along the Yolo Bypass East Levee in 2022. Funding to
Greg, do we need to move the presentation, or is that still the right screen? No. Okay.
That may not be the right screen. There we go.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I think doesn't it move forward, Ryan?
No, you had it on the backup one.
That's the right one? Okay.
That's the right
All
one.
right. Okay.
We didn't list all these on the slides.
Okay.
We also had in our region funding to complete a feasibility study identifying recommended improvements to the city of Woodland from flooding along Lower Cache Creek, including commitments to operate and maintain portions of the Cache Creek levee system. And then small communities phase 1 funding for a feasibility study for about 10 projects to reduce flood risk in Knights Landing, Yolo, Clarksburg, Hood, Ileton, East Walnut Grove, West Walnut Grove, Ryde, Cortland, Ileton, and Rio Vista. Phase 2 small community funding for the design and permitting and partial construction of the Knights Landing project. FMAP funding for the LMAs to address deferred maintenance and or to prepare system-wide improvement frameworks or update them, as well as to do governance studies for assistance with Prop 218 elections for assessments. Also receive state and local funding to study the feasibility for a project to address levee maintenance issues along the Elk Slough in reclamation districts 999 and 150. That project looks to also restore and improve aquatic habitat. Completed a multi-benefit feasibility study for the lower Egbert tract that could set the stage for linking flood habitat enhancement and ag sustainability. Also designed the Lookout Slough project. Completion of an update to the 2014 Yolo County infrastructure and drainage study. And then last but certainly not least, federal authorization of the comprehensive study in the Yolo bypass in WRDA 2020, which is now setting the stage for federal interest for flood risk reduction, ecosystem restoration, water supply and recreation within the Yolo bypass footprint. Next slide, please. On the issue of governance in our region, we've established working groups in connection with the Yolo Bypass Cache Loop Partnership to tackle various issues to project implementation, including the need for regulatory assurances for agricultural irrigators and municipal industrial diverters in the Cache Loop complex, the need for policies and programs to advance agricultural sustainability, the need for interagency agreements and a master plan to address long-term operation and maintenance, as well as the agriculture and environmental enhancements that are accommodated by the system and serve as the basis for our efforts towards a programmatic Section 408 permission request. Initiated a state-supported effort to create a habitat conservation plan in the Cache Loop complex and lower bypass. The consolidation of reclamation districts operation and maintenance responsibility in the lower Elkhorn Basin into a single district, RD 537, for more efficient and reliable long-term O&M. Initiation of a governance study for the Knights Landing Levee Basin, which currently has 4 different maintaining agencies in an area not currently maintained. The goal of that study is to identify alternatives and recommend an efficient, reliable, long-term O&M solution for that basin. And with that, I'll turn this over to Mr. Bardini, who could talk about our priorities over the next 5 years. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Greg. President Edgar and members of the Central Valley Flood Board, Gary Bardini, Director of Planning for the Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency. And really, I just want to
Gary.
Yeah, thank you.
Been looking forward to this opportunity to talk to you. How you been?
Very good. Thank you, sir. Yes. Well, working with the regional, with the LSD and with Greg and many of the other agencies, we've been, as you can see, have accomplished quite a bit. And I want to really highlight those accomplishments could not have been done without the state support and the leadership from the Flood Board. So I just wanted to express my thanks to the board, to the staff, and to the hard work of the state, including, and of course, the regional folks and the Corps of Engineers. I think you look at what Greg has gone over. There's a good track record of progress, success, I think, along the themes that we've talked about today at the board. Looking at priorities in the next 5 years, and we'll just go to the next slide, kind of building on the Central Valley Flood Plan from 12 and the updates, is we're still trying to progress what I would call, this is kind of a list of projects and activities that we're still progressing along, further than what Greg has already identified. Those that are tied to the Civil Works program, that would be continuing with the American River work and the Safeco projects, common features, Folsom Dam raise, but obviously the West Sacramento project and moving in on its new start. And then, of course, the Woodland effort has been one that's been furthered. We've also been working on the small community work. That would be the Rio Vista, Knights Landing, Elk Slough, some of the things Greg talked about. And then continuing on the rural levy issues, with a lot of our maintaining agencies and looking at the Cache Creek levy system. These are a number of the efforts that the LSDN has been continuing to want to progress and further over the next 5 years. We'll go to the next slide. One thing I just want to highlight on that, I want to acknowledge that right now, Safeco, it's just in here, we have 3 major efforts, just around $2 billion currently going on. In fact, Carl Bickler's presentation is just one small element of that. So again, a lot of activity going on in these projects currently. Moving on the system side benefits, which is kind of the bigger kind of new lift, and this is something that the state's been promoting. We've seen a number of actions in the Lower Elkhorn Basin in progressing some system-wide benefits and projects. But there's a number of elements that are kind of identified in these bullets, and these are really around 3 main items. One is continuing to improve on system O&M. A lot of efforts been done on the state side on promoting additional maintenance, SWIFT, those types of activities. And how do we actually progress improvements in like the SAC Bank program, et cetera, that can help with, again, some of the rural challenges. To go further, we've been looking at how to progress system projects. And so there's a whole list of these that are kind of currently in the mix that have been discussed at some time. These range from, how would we look at doing setbacks and further on the Upper Elkhorn Basin, Fremont, how looking at the Ship Channel, Little Egbert, how do we deal with the Tule Canal, moving with the North Bay program or aqueduct, and then looking at the Cache Creek Settling Basin further, especially from an entrapment of water quality in methyl mercury. These are just a number of efforts, along with some of the ones that have been discussed in the restoration side that's come before the board over the last few months. So with these projects, I think I'd like to really highlight that we were very successful in getting some legislation in the WRDA. And so on December 27th, we have essentially as Section 209, which is to look at the Yolo bypass comprehensively by the Corps of Engineers, with the Central Valley Flood Board being the non-federal sponsor, and to continue to see how we could bring these projects together and see where the federal interest lies in a number of these projects in the bypass. So that effort is going on, and we hope that we will be able to seek federal funding soon for moving that new start on that project or on that study. The whole goal of that study and the legislation is to broaden out the benefits. We hope that there'll be broadening the multi-benefit approach that the state's been advocating for some time. The one thing I want to highlight also is that Safeco has been working as part of the climate resiliency and trying to go beyond 200 year, but the 500 year, because of all the uncertainty that we're seeing. Some of that discussed by Mary Mendez earlier is Safeco has been looking about how to look at the upstream reservoirs at both Union Valley and Hellhole and French Meadows. We currently have MOUs with those agencies to look at modifying their facilities, similar that we did for the joint federal project, so we can gain additional storage by pre-releasing with some of the strategies tied to FERA, forecast informed reservoir operations. We see those initiatives can greatly improve flood protection in the region, and we continue to work that. And we hope that we can link these with better regional groundwater management under FloodMAR and other approaches as state funding and other resources come for those types of activities and projects. So again, these are some of the what we call the more multi-benefit system-wide efforts. Let's go to the next slide. So one of the things that's a current effort, I'm really glad to say the timing was very well. Last night, the governor actually did sign SB 369. So that was a piece of legislation that was heavily tied to this federal legislation, which is to recognize the state's partnership in doing the feasibility study. And so now we do have the companion legislation. And a lot of that legislation is to strengthen some of the management and agency interactions, around a number of things. I'd like to kind of call it over 2 main items. How do we work as a program more among agencies? How does the master plan that the board is taking a leadership role in with the department in actually standing up for the partnership? And of course, that helps address some of the permitting and some of the hydraulic effects that we're trying to be managed. And then the common program elements that are tied to ag sustainability, stewardship, water assurances, and some of the other items that are very important as you implement. So we think that legislation is a good, I say, next step in improving the governance management of the YOLO bypass. Just a reminder, in that legislation, it really has 5 principal items in it. Talks about how to, to work together on prioritizing projects, to work together as agencies on the challenges and to resolve them, to develop some of these expedited or better regulatory compliance approaches, seeking additional funding for the projects, and coordinating that, identifying them, and long-term maintenance, and then developing strategies that foster regional agricultural sustainability, recreational opportunities, and long-term water supply reliability. So we think that's going to be a good step to move forward in the partnership effort as we try to strengthen the management. I got one last slide here, which is just challenges. Go ahead and flip to the next. Okay, so I think it's needless to say that, for system-wide projects, aligning federal, state, and local funding almost in a cross-cut budget, and how do we do that moving forward is really important, I think. And so I think some efforts towards that. I think the May revised budget and the approvals, I think, provide some additional state resources. So I see opportunities here as we continue to seek the federal interest. Governance, we talked a little bit about that. There are, again, some struggles with the way our MOU currently operates for YOLO, and we see that there'll be some efforts here, I think, to strengthen the partnership and the agency engagements moving forward. And then, of course, as time goes on, do we need to look at other aspects of policy and changes that need to be done in the management of a system like YOLO in the region, and maybe those will have to be some of the things we'll have to address as we get into it. So that's kind of a quick summary of some of the things moving forward for the region here. And again, I want to reiterate, all elements I talked about are integral to the board's authorities, responsibilities, and leadership. And we look forward to working with the board on this moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary, and thank you, Greg. Nice presentation. Any questions from the board?
I have one.
Yes, Joe.
Gary, I saw on that last slide you had under governance hydraulic basins. What do you mean by hydraulic basins?
That's funny, as I had the same question when I received the slide, to be honest, Joe. So I kind of dug a little deeper, and I think it's a little bit about the, basically hydraulic impacts and how do you phase projects in and not having some of the 408 issues, I think is what it's generally around.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, oh, I lost my thought.
Joe, while you're trying to retrieve that from a senior moment, let me ask Gary a question. Gary, you indicated one of your projects is to see if you can get 500-year level flood protection for the Sacramento area by doing a couple of things. One is to use additional reservoirs upstream so that you can rely more on the water forecasting or water event forecasting that we've put in place at Folsom and so on. But the other is to begin to purchase property for underground water storage as an additional storage facility. And I don't think, if you were Westlands or East Contra Costa Water District would be screaming murder probably if this, but since it's coming from Safeco, you're obviously a great partner with us. We want to make sure that as we increase the capacity, which everybody wants to do, because that gives us more flexibility in high water events to save water and keep water around. But as you begin to build this storage capacity, particularly underground, and it's going to be a lot of pressure to transfer that water or sell the water for that matter. And least in the Sacramento area, we're going to want to talk about a reserve. What is going to be the amount of reserve water that we keep in case of drought, so that we don't run out of water? Is it 50% of a year's yield? Is it 75%? What is it? And this year's a good example. I don't, nobody's fessing up here, but everybody let the water go this year because we thought we're going to have a big snowpack in the mountains, and we'd have plenty of water to provide water to agriculture. But here we are with climate change and the heat, and we don't have any snow. So there's no water, and we're at a drought situation. And we're going to be wanting to make sure that there's a reserve amount of water in the larger capacities that we're constructing. So it seems to me that we need to have some discussion about what that's going to be. Is it going to be a percentage? Is it going to be amount? What is it exactly? And I think just anticipating what the advocates in Sacramento are going to, and for that matter, Northern California are going to want is probably something like that. So we don't end up in a drought situation and have essentially let all the water go to the ocean, which it could have been stored. But anyway, I don't think anybody's complaining about building the capacity to make sure that we can operate the system efficiently and effectively for both a high water event and no water. But we're going to make sure that we don't get into the same situation we had this year, where somebody let too much water out. And I don't know who it was, but nobody's fessing up to but flat out, it was a mistake. Somebody made a mistake and thought we were going to have a big snowpack, and it didn't happen. So we want to try to avoid that. And as you're thinking about that, don't forget the reserve amount that we ought to be talking about. Just a thought. Okay, any other comments?
Just real quick, just the very, very good points. I just want to highlight a couple items for the board. Framing this from the American watershed, there will be a release of an American River Basin study with the Bureau that Safeguard participated with regions. So a bit of showing climate uncertainty along with some of these adaptation strategies will be discussed in that report. And I think that's kind of the first level of starting that thoughtful conversation that President Edgar, you're looking for. The second place is that the Water Forum is now engaging in the 2.0 effort. SAFECA participating in the public caucus. There are 3 other caucuses: a water caucus, an environmental caucus, and some other caucus I can't remember. But so there is an effort now to have that conversation. I think at the end of the day, clearly, you've got to look at the resiliency at the watershed level for the American first before you look at how you use the watershed for statewide benefits at that point. So I think those conversations are going to continue, and I see opportunities.
Is that a kind of the Water Forum beginning to look at what's next or something, or what's happening there? I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, so they just started it probably about 4 or 5 months ago. And this is an effort to bring all the agencies and local governments together, I think, to really have the conversation along the lines that you're talking about. And I think it's looking at then what could be then some of the, adaptation strategies we ought to be taking on in the region that, again, support some of the same missions that we've talked about, which is then the societal, human right to water, those types of issues, public safety, and then, of course, the environment, and then, of course, the economic vitality of the region. So those are things we're discussing among agencies right now. And I hope that that'll allow us to, I think, come up with, I think, a better adaptation strategy as a region that can provide the resiliency of, like you've just described, handling too much water, which is what SAFECA is concerned about, but also for the region, for its economy when it's too little, like you just described this year. So,
yeah, right. I wondered what Clyde McDonald was doing. He's over there at the Water Forum creating new work for everybody. So that's good.
He is in the environmental caucus, and
Yeah.
I let you know he's working away.
Yeah, good. Joe, you had a question?
Yes. I don't agree somebody did something wrong, but with the operation, there's operational uncertainties that can't be accounted for all the time, and it doesn't mean somebody made a mistake. Gary, on one of your slides, you showed redoing the 57 profiles for the YOLO bypass. Now, I never thought about segmenting this maybe by areas. It seems like it's too big a bite somehow to redo the whole thing. So are you thinking that we'll come up with a new design profile based with all the setbacks and everything we have? I don't know what flow you're planning on using. Is that the kind of thing you're looking at?
Yeah, and just real quick, some of these slides are kind of the collective thoughts of multiple agencies, not so just clear it's not a safety advocacy itself. But I think we all realize the 57 profile is a bit outdated and it's used as a management tool. So I think people are just struggling. What would be the right management tool moving forward when adjusting, what I call phased implementation of system improvements?
Yeah, I think it's a worthwhile thing. I mean, if you look like on the Feather River, we've had a major levee setback. What's the profile? What's the design profile? It's certainly not the 57 profile. And the YOLO bypass is the same thing. I really think that it's important enough that we try to work with the Corps to come up with what is the design condition currently for the system, because I don't think we know. And I certainly would not recommend using the 57 profiles for anything.
Yeah, I would concur. I think when I've broached the conversation with the Corps, one of the things that comes also in the conversation is maintenance being kept up to what the original intent was of these manuals. So the question then is how do you track, what's happening in the management of the system, and how is that being accounted also? So it's going to be a complicated thing, I think, working it through the Corps, how to go about it.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Gary. Anybody else? Tim, anybody?
President Edgar, I don't, but it looks like I don't, but it looks like we have a hand up in the crowd here.
Okay, great. Who is that? Brian, can you see? Ryan, can you see?
It's Ron Stork, Mr.
Yeah, Ron.
President.
Okay. Mr. Stork.
This has been an entertaining meeting to listen to and highly informative. I have to say that I love listening to Joe Countryman's questions and observations. Yes, I wanted to give a little more explanation on what the Water Forum is doing. We are doing Water Forum 2.0. The original Water Forum agreement expired on will expire on its terms in 2030. And so we actually started a couple of years ago recognizing refashioning these agreements takes a lot of time. And we didn't really get going until, as Gary said, this spring and summer when the public caucus was renewed with a lot of new members, including SAFCA, which is the first time that the Flood Control Agency has been a member of the Water Forum Public Caucus or any caucus. And I think the caucus you forgot, Gary, was the Business Caucus. and they consider themselves to be the most important caucus of all the 4 Water Forum caucuses. I understand that SAFCA has some interesting ideas. I will say that the idea that SAFCA has ownership of water that it may think is associated with its projects may be disputed by Reclamation, who may believe that that water is is their water. So we'll see how that shakes out. And also I have to admit that I agree with Joe that at least on the Folsom Dam side, it's hard to object to reclamations or try to second guess reclamations operations this year at Folsom Reservoir. And one of the things that has been happening is the Water Forum has had a lot more consultation with reclamation than it has in the past. And that has been good for reclamation and good for understanding by folks in this area about how reclamation works. So anyhow, that's some observations that I have, and it looks like you guys, that is the flood control board, are doing good work. So keep doing it.
Thank you, Ron. It's always good to talk to you. Any other comments? You can see Leslie or Ryan.
President Ayers, this is just one kind of response to Ron. And by the way, thank you, Ron, for reminding me about the business caucus. That's why I have the senior moment also. I just want to make, when doing these multi-benefit projects like a flood, fear row, managed aquifer recharge, these programs aren't where SAFCA would be the beneficiary, the economics of it. That goes to those agencies responsible. What we're trying to do is link different institutional agreements to then create a multi-benefit project, which then allows you to seek for funding, similar to what was done in the storage program with the Water Commission. So SAFCA wouldn't be seeking that we have water. We would be seeking to provide flexibility for the water purveyors, and then they can hopefully provide the regional benefits that we're looking for. So I want to be clear, we're just trying to promote the agency coordination and agreements to allow a multi-benefit project to be developed. Thanks.
Thank you, Gary. That's good clarification. Okay, anything else there, anybody? Okay, let's move this along. This is a receive and file item, just one of our, as Ruth indicated, one of our monthly reports coming from this time the Lower Sacramento Delta North project area. Okay, thank you for that. We're on item 11, Executive Officers Report. And Leslie, do you want to just summarize your board's EO report and its look forward, please, for me?
Yeah, certainly, Mr. President. We did not provide a look ahead with the packet. That will be trailing a little bit later. But for the administrative report, we had all of our meetings from this week that don't make it into the earlier report. So you did get a report out from the coordinating committee where we were given an update on the flood system status report update for the 2022 plan. And there is a PDF attached to the report where you can get the slides that were presented. The advisory committee also met yesterday, and I don't know if the board members would prefer to speak on that themselves, but there is a summary of that item in the report if you prefer. Board counsel's legal update and the budget update as normal. And that would be the total of our report.
Okay, thank you, Leslie. Any questions about that from the board members? Okay, we'll move on to board comments and committee updates. Jane or Brian, you want to comment on the advisory committee meeting?
Go ahead, Brian.
Thanks. Well, from my perspective, I thought the summary did a nice job of capturing it. We've had a lot of good discussion. People are looking forward to seeing the draft of the flood plan and the next version of the conservation strategy.
Okay, thank you. Any other committee reports? Okay. Any other comments from the board? Okay, don't see any. Upcoming meetings is item 13. We have the inspection compliance work group meeting, board workshop, which is the tour that's being organized, and board meeting on October 22nd for board's information.
Just one clarification on that, Mr. President. The board workshop is not going to be a broadcast WebEx workshop. It is going to be a hands-on workshop.
Right. Yeah, everybody's looking forward to that, Leslie. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 14, the closed session. We have no closed session today. And item 15 is closed session report, which we don't have. So I'd like to adjourn this meeting without objection. Let's see. At 2:20. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Meeting's adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
See you, everyone.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, sir.
Have a good weekend, everyone. See you, Joe.
Everybody, looking forward to seeing